Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll put the Q&A in the chat for everyone, but keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they will take priority. So if those fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through Super Chat, Cash App, or PayPal. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters if they choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild. Today's debate prompt is Trump is justified. That sounded wild. Today's debate prompt, Trump is justified in how he has handled the Venezuela situation. For the affirmative, we have JS Urban Adventures, a lifestyle streaming channel known for showcasing a wide range of hobbies and interests, breaking down hot news, sharing political, philosophical, and theological views. He's also recognized for his UFC fight reviews, spot on character impersonations, and what many call the coolest Bible study on YouTube. And for the negative two, oh, and sorry, you can find his channel in the description. And for the negative tonight, making his Swords of Reason debut, we have Vibe. While new to this arena, no stranger to debate, known for frequent open panel appearances, heated hot topic discussions, and debating names well known to the Swords of Reason family. You can also find his channel linked in the description below. With that being said, we are going to move into opening statements. JS, you are going to be going first for opening statements. So whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here tonight.
All right, let's go. Is Trump justified in the way he has handled the recent actions taken militarily and diplomatically in Venezuela? My answer is yes, but before I explain why, I want to focus on the word justify, justice, justification, or essentially what is just and what is unjust. When interpreting this prompt, our answer of what is justified or right to do will either depend on legality or ethics. I'm prepared to focus more on legality or the politics of this issue, but every argument I make for this being legal and politically justified will be backed by my ethics. If we need to spend some time in this debate laying out our ethical epistemologies, I'm prepared to do that. I will use Christian ethics to justify the targeting and destruction of Venezuelan drug boats, the capture of the criminal dictator Maduro, and the acquisition and control over Venezuelan oil. I believe this debate may end up focusing more on meta-ethics rather than political or legal justifications, because honestly, if we stick to legality and geopolitics, my opponent won't have a leg to stand on. And I'll lay out my case for why I say that. The actions I will be focusing on justifying will primarily be the recent bombing of Venezuelan drug boats and the capture of Nicolas Maduro. This will be a 5-point opening, each point politically justifying Trump's actions with ethical grounding, and all completely legal. The first reason we were given to justify the bombing of the Venezuelan boats was that we were stopping the transport of drugs into America. On January 20th, 2025, Trump labeled drug cartels like Tren de Aragua and MS-13 as terrorist organizations. This meant the boats that were loaded with drugs were manned by narco-terrorists and were officially recognized as enemy combatants who were in violation of the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act of 1986. Drug trafficking was the original justification for boat bombings, but I recognize that this argument has fallen by the wayside since the Maduro capture. But as a person who has struggled with drugs and know many people have died from overdoses, this is an important factor for me. Drug overdoses kill 200 Americans a day, or more than 70,000 a year, and Trump's actions have ceased 97% of drug traffic over the water into the U.S. I know that the majority of the drugs being shipped on those boats from Venezuela was cocaine, but I do not believe it was all cocaine. An unclassified DEA bulletin states forensic chemists discovered fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances, including acetylfentanyl, carfentanil, furanyl fentanyl, and fluoroisobutyryl fentanyl in over 180 cocaine exhibits. Carfentanil, a synthetic opiate that is approximately 10,000 times more potent than morphine, was the most prevalent of the fentanyl-related substances found in Florida's cocaine seizures. The primary site of these finds was Dade County, or the Miami area, which is where these drug boats enter. Coincidence? I think not. My second point hones in on the oil. Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world. Venezuela's economy was built and flourished because of that oil with the help of American oil companies under the governorship of Juan Vincent Gomez from 1920 to 1950. This led to the Venezuelan golden years from 1958 to the 1970s and the Punto Fijo Pact, which ensured fair elections for Venezuela. Well, for everyone except communists. It wasn't until the rise of OPEC and the crashing of oil prices that someone like Hugo Chavez could rise to power and push an anti-capitalist narrative that separates Venezuela from America. They began working with our enemies, providing Russia with 385,000 barrels in 2023, but more importantly, supplying more than 400,000 barrels a day to China, making China Venezuela's #1 buyer. What makes this situation worse is the fact that most of these sales would avoid U.S. sanctions through tactics like shadow fleeting, where boats are disguised with false flags, registered to other nations, or open water ship-to-ship transfers. The capture of Maduro has already justified the price of the operation through the 30 billion gallons of oil valued at over $42 billion granted to America already. Economically, this move on Venezuela is justified through the value gained by not only the American people, but the Venezuelan people as well. My third point builds on my second. I justify Trump's actions in Venezuela because it protects us from the potential damage that could be done by our enemies. Russia and China have not only worked with Venezuela in relation to oil and energy, but they also have dealt in weapons. The U.S. imposed arms embargoes on Venezuela in 2006. The Venezuela government then began dealing with Russia and China and continued dealings with Cuban terrorists and Colombian guerrilla groups to secure weaponry and missiles. Russia sold billions in military equipment, including Su-30 fighter jets, tanks, and air defense systems. China has supplied transportation and training aircraft, as well as advanced radar and missile systems. On top of the weapons and economic dealings, Venezuela under Maduro has been pursuing membership with BRICS for more than 2 years. This potential alliance ends in Venezuela working with Brazil, Russia, China, and others to help undercut and devalue the American dollar and hurt us on the geopolitical and economic scales. My fourth point relates to crime and the reduction of criminal organizations growing and migrating from Venezuela to America. In 2022, Breitbart reported on a Homeland Security Intelligence report concerning Venezuelan prisoners being released by Maduro and sent in caravans towards Biden's open border. Maduro was a known criminal drug trafficker, and despite fact checkers trying to memory hole what we all watched on mine and many other shows, was actively engaged in sending criminals into America to destabilize and harm our people. Even Joe Biden, as one of his final actions as president, increased the bounty on Maduro from $15 to $25 million. President Trump got him for free. Legally, economically, ethically, and politically, this capture of a wanted violent criminal terrorist with minimal casualties was irrefutably justified. My last point is more of an argument tailored toward a lefty or a liberal, like first offender. And I don't really know Vibe's politics or position on this matter, so he may or may not find it compelling, but I'll lay it out either way. It also ties into my second argument in relation to oil. This is the argument for democracy or republic when we actually examine Venezuelan history. Maduro's actions and Hugo Chavez before him were not democratic. Trump's were. Maduro's mentor and leader, Hugo Chavez, erased the Punto Fijo Pact, which was recognized for leading Venezuela into a Republican democracy. The Punto Fijo Agreement's 4 points guaranteed respect for election results, protected against single-party hegemony, effectively sharing power, and preventing communist dictatorship. This pact led to the Venezuelan golden years and was stomped out by a collapsed economy and a revolutionary regime change toward the communist Hugo Chavez and later Nicolas Maduro. When Maria Corina Machado won the vote for representation of the opposition party, Maduro kept her off the ballot. Maduro lost his election to Juan Guaido but retained power. Maduro was the proliferation of communism incarnate in America's backyard, and Trump was justified in legally removing him from power. In conclusion, my arguments for the justification of Trump's actions in Venezuela are founded in ethics, legality, and political protection for the people in America and the world. I have shown this through 5 points, all relevant economically, politically, and morally. Capturing Maduro and bombing boats reduces drug trafficking to America, grants American dominance over a world resource which can be used for the good of Venezuelans and Americans, stops enemy access to resources and backdoors into American societal control, reduces criminal actions from governments and immigrants coming into America on order from our enemies, and enforces more fair governing from our neighbors who hope to instill communism in their people. I'm prepared to defend all of the common arguments made against Trump in regards to Venezuela, but I hope my opponent may bring a completely unexpected approach to make this debate interesting. With that, thank you, Vibe, for not backing out like my previous opponent. I hope to have a fun debate, and I cede my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we are going to hand the mic over to Vibe for your opening statement. And Vibe, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for having me here tonight. And, you know, it does kind of suck, and it's very humbling and embarrassing that I'm the sloppy seconds to First Amender. I am glad to be taking this side because when this originally happened, I was on both sides on whether this was right or wrong. And I am a Christian right. And I do think there is a boundary that we may have crossed here. So I'm very excited for a good faith debate here. But just to give you a little idea where I'm coming from, I am actually Christian right. So hopefully our justification and our ethics will come to align in the beginning of this debate. But tonight's resolution is Maduro a good guy? He's not. The question is Trump justified in how he handled Venezuela? My answer is no, because the method matters. I'm against it for 4 simple reasons. The motive is muddy, the legality is shaky, the president is dangerous, and the intervention history tells us this ends badly. First, what are we even calling this? An arrest or a takeover for oil? Because Trump didn't say, we arrested a foreign leader. He said the US would run Venezuela until there's a safe transition, and his administration openly tied the plan to US access to Venezuela's oil sector during the recovery phase. Reuters also reported the push for massive US investment and oil export supply deals immediately after the capture. So I'm asking the obvious, is this a clean law enforcement arrest? Why are we talking about running the country and controlling the oil industry? That's not a footnote. That's a whole vibe. And when that motive looks mixed, the justification gets even weaker. Second, this begs the question, was this even legal? Under the UN Charter, Article 2.4, in its core rule, states must refrain from the threat or force against another state's territorial integrity or political independence. At the United Nations, Reuters also reports legal experts widely regarded this operation as illegal because there was no UN authorization, no Venezuelan consent, and self-defense under Article 51 didn't cleanly apply. And here's the part that should bother everyone. Regardless of the party, The Guardian reported that the DOJ and the OLC memo authorizing this said it was necessary to resolve whether seizing Maduro violated international law. So the defense is basically, we don't need to decide whether we broke the world's rules because we think we can do it domestically. That's not moral, solid justification. That's a technical loophole with a flag on it. And domestically, the war powers issued is at least seriously contested. The war powers resolution requires reporting to Congress within 48 hours when the U.S. forces are introduced into hostiles or imminent hostilities. We already saw Congress fighting over whether the president can do this without meaningful buy-in because this doesn't look like a one and drone done policy. It looks like the front edge of something bigger in involvement. Third, and this is one of the ones that's close to me, is it's a slippery slope and it opens up the door for future presidents that maybe I don't agree with. I actually think that Donald Trump is probably JS's boy, and he's also my boy too. But when my boy's not in and somebody that goes against my ethics and my rules uses this same thing for ethics that I don't agree with because my president opened this hole, we run into issues. If we normalize the idea that the US can unilaterally use force inside other countries to seize leadership and then just run the country, we create a template. And UN Secretary General warned this sets dangerous precedents. So my challenge to the affirmative is simple. What is your limiting principle? Is it any indicted leader? Is it any leader accused of trafficking? Is it any leader we say is a threat? Because once the standard becomes the US decides we're not in a rule-based world anymore. We're in a power-based world, and that world eventually turns around and bites the hand that built it. And then fourth, it's intervention. And we failed at most of those in our past. Why would this one be different? The US has done leader removal operations before, and the results are rarely clean. Panama is classic comparison because it involved a capture of a professional leader. But then even the civilian death estimates were heavy, disrupted, and the operation was condemned internationally. And more important, the point isn't the history trivia, it's the pattern. Interventions create power vacuums, resentment, instability, and long-term entanglement. The moment you say we're going to run the country, you're inviting mission creep. So when I say when my opponent says it's justified, what they really mean is the ends justify the means. And all I'm saying is that's a dangerous, slippery slope standard, because this means here we're including violating sovereignty norms, bypassing consensus, killing people on foreign soil, and trying the aftermath to oil. So my position is simple. Even if you hate Maduro, Trump's approach is not justified because it blurs into resource control. It sits on contested legality internationally and domestically. It sets a precedence that the future presidents can abuse, and it follows an intervention pattern we repeatedly regret. I'll close with this. If the only way a policy works is making the rules optional, it isn't a justified policy. It's just a power wearing a suit.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. That wraps up the opening statements from both sides. So now we are going to move into the rebuttal round. Each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's opening arguments. So this is not a back and forth. It's no interjections. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we're going to move to the other side, and then we'll get over to the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back over to JS. JS, whenever you're ready for your 5 minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Okay. I'll start with the 4 points that you laid out, and I'll address each of those. So you mentioned the method that it was done. I would argue the method that it was done was perfect. Minimal casualties. It was fast. It was cheap, and it was effective. In total, I think the operation was like 88 minutes, and that the time that we were on the ground and went in and got him was less than 3 minutes. They just went in and got him, and minimal casualties, no American casualties. I've seen numbers ranging from 40 to 100 of Venezuelan deaths, but then I see 32 Cuban soldiers were in Venezuela and they died. So we have other of our enemies helping fight our troops in Venezuela, Cuban soldiers. So if they wanted to fight back and they wanted to resist, that's their fault. They should have turned him in when they had the chance, because we gave them plenty of warning. The motive is muddy. Well, I think in my opening, I pretty much showed why it's not a muddy motive. It's very clear motive, from the drugs to the oil to the communism to other enemies like Russia and China working with Venezuela in our backyard. That's it's a pretty good motive. Doesn't seem muddy to me. It was dangerous. We'll have to go into that one more. I didn't have time to write down everything that you said, but you said Trump doing this, he's a dangerous leader. I don't know. I think it sends a message to our enemies and to other countries in the world that he's not playing around, and we're going to see a lot of them fall in line. I don't think it's dangerous. I think it promotes peace through strength. And then history of regime changes. We look back at the history of regime changes in the past, from the time the CIA gets involved in like the 50s, I think 58. The regime changes and the coups that we're doing in the Middle East were problems. There was a lot of problems with those, but we have a great history of Latin American regime changes, quote unquote, or coups. We had Sam the Banana Man went into Honduras and basically regime changed it by himself. We have a good history with this. It usually works out well when we do this with Latin America, with South American and Central American countries. You mentioned international law and war power resolutions. War power resolution has proven to be inconsequential. You mentioned Panama. That's a great example of where war power resolution was inconsequential. Not to mention The Senate voted against the war power resolutions in relation to Venezuela twice, once right before the attack on Venezuela and once about a week ago. It was a 51-50 vote. So it was close, but they said Trump doesn't have to keep Congress informed on what he's doing in relation to Venezuela. Plus, Congress leaks. We have a lot of enemies of Trump in Congress, and they leak things. They run their mouths, and we can't be telling them everything. I'll go more into that when we get into the open conversation, because there's actually some people in Congress were notified, and they even talked about it on social media. And then the ends justified the means. I don't know the ends. I don't know what the ends are going to be. None of us do. So you could be right. It could, maybe the ends turn out bad, but maybe they don't. And all I'm going off of is right now, was this justified? And like I said in my opening, all those reasons, I think they are justified. And that's all I got. I'll give up my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Vibe. Vibe, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I don't want this debate to turn into is, and maybe I'm wrong on this, because when it comes to the boats, that is how Trump is handling Venezuela. And I am on side of that. So I'm on the side of stopping drug traffic coming into the United States. I agree with that, where I know he talked about that in his opening. I don't really want to go into it, because I'm just going to be like, yeah, I think he should be going after the boats too, right? We're in international waters. It's a threat to our people. We're saving lives by doing it. So when I'm really looking at the justification here, it is actually going in there and taking the leader. And even with that, I kind of find that justified when we're basically going in there also because we don't recognize him. And he's causing the same drugs and sanctioning these boats to come into our country. If we're going in to grab him, to sanction him, or to try him for that, I'm kind of for that as well. And that is where I draw the line. So now all of a sudden, we're taking over leadership there. Now all of a sudden, we're taking the oil back that we originally did build, but then they turned communist, and then China put $1 billion into it. So thank you, China, for helping maintain those for us now that we've got them. That's where the line starts blurring, in that now I think we're running on the slippery slope. And that's really the concerning part too, because I want to make sure that our president does things that don't set new precedents for other presidents, whether if they're Democrat on the left, to do things that are against us, right? We can't have it. He has to follow the moral laws that we voted for him to do, but he also has to stay within the limits, even if it's constraining, to make sure he doesn't set new precedents for any other political party in the future. And that's really kind of where I want to go into this, right? So that would be my first question when we get into our opening state, or when we get into the back and forth, after we figure out the justified part. I'd say we first go, what is justified? Then go into, all right, so did we go in there for oil, or did we go in there for drugs, right? Are we charging him for anything about oil, or did we just go, you know what, this is a great opportunity to take over the oil. We can charge him for that and get him out. Is this all just a back plan to kind of just do loopholes in the system? I find that really, really dangerous. And, when it comes to the execution, I would actually say, yeah, it was perfect execution. We did really good. Well, actually, perfect execution would be no deaths. And what numbers I saw was 75 to 100, pretty much like yours, and 36 of them were Cuban. 7 injuries of U.S. Soldiers, but no deaths there. So, that's pretty good execution, but this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? We still have Maduro's regime in place. We just removed the leader. We've got the vice president in there who is been sanctioned by tons of countries. We're going to see, like you said, we'll see. Is this going to be the intervention that works? And kind of last thing on the intervention as well, it's we still got a lot of problems we're dealing with here. I'm not worried about Madero releasing prisoners in the United States because that used to work under the old administration, but they can't get in this administration. So that problem was already solved without taking him. Yeah, so I mean, kind of in the comments of that, I mean, I think my biggest concern is definitely my biggest two concerns are, the slippery slope and the intervention, right? We're walking on a very thin line here, and gosh, I hope it works because, I mean, it'd be great. Like, can we go to North Korea and take that guy next, find some charges, bring him here and charge him just so we can like liberate that country? No, we can't, because he's actually got a nuclear arsenal. I'm sure the whole world would say it's justified and it's a good move to do. But in this case, that guy's got a little bit bigger boy weapons that keeps him safe. So we just went for somebody with the kid pew pew and took that country because it's easy. Now, I do know that, any country we take where there's any communism is definitely going to help our influence and protect us more. But that's not, I mean, I don't think that's a valid excuse. So that's what I got on the rebuttal of his opening statement.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttal from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters, okay? We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion collides. We put it here in the arena. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we've got a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat, after the closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. I've already put the Q&A in the chat for you guys to put your questions in. But remember, the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they do get priority. So if those fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free ones. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives to the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just jump in and I'll start the timer with your voice.
Can we clean up on the justified piece? Because I know in your opening statement, you wanted to make sure that we're on the same note there. And I already had thought about that as well before writing my opening statement. And I kind of came up with this conclusion. You can tell me whether you agree with it or not. So I have my certain moral sets and you have your moral sets. We're both Christians. So they're probably pretty damn similar. However, that is my moral set. You also have the secularist moral sets that they base on things. And in a sense, those are subjective, right? So if you're Christian, we call them objective, but other people might say that's subjective. We call the other side's subjective. And I may have a view on how to raise my kids, which is subjective. You may have a view on how to raise your kids, which is subjective. That doesn't make either of our ways justified, right? What actually makes it justified is what is in place in law right now. So it doesn't matter if I think cutting off the nuts of a PDF is justified or not. The law says it's not. But you and I might both say it. We both think that's justified. But when it comes to the powers that be, the United States, we have a time and we have a area that actually makes that justified. And that the time is that law effective during that time? And is it in an area that is affected by that law? So when I'm talking about justified, I'm not talking about what you think is justified or what I think is justified. I'm talking about the law, which I think is also objective based on the time and the place, because we've objectively, as people said, that is what we're following our group rules by, right? What do you think of that in the terms of defining the argument on Trump being justified?
So when I think of justified or justification, what I mean is what is right to do. And it could be the morally right or the legally right. So there's legality and then there's ethics and morality. The reason I said that is because I didn't know if you were going to come with like, well, Jesus said, turn the other cheek, or start going to like Bible verses about, he without sin cast the first stone, turn the other cheek, or something like that. So I thought it might be like a Christian versus Christian argument about like, well, what's moral here? And people died in Venezuela, therefore it's immoral. So sticking to the legality, I think it is objective. Legally, there's an objective and there's not a subjective right or wrong. There's what's objectively legal to do, and according to experts, I think this is legally justified. I don't think he broke any laws.
Okay, so I do know, like on one part here, now that he's on U.S. territory, we are allowed to try him. So there's no contest there of are we breaking the law there? But we had to get him here first. Now there are people asking, and a lot of people that oppose this, and just kind of curious on your justification here, right? So what was the reason that we went in to get him? Like, why did we take him and his wife and bring him to the United States?
I believe his warrants was for drug trafficking.
Okay. So then at that point, now that we got him, and since the vice president would have come up in the contested president and vice president, we took the contested president. Now the vice president's up in there. Why don't we just stop there if that was what we were doing legally?
Well, yeah, I don't know what you mean by stop. This seems like stop there because you mentioned this, and I didn't address it in my rebuttal, but you mentioned Trump saying U.S. will run Venezuela, but you acknowledged in your rebuttal and just now that Delcy Rodriguez is running the country. So we're not running anything. I mean, we're monitoring them and we're making sure she toes the line, or else she can get the smoke too. And I think she will. I think she'll work with us. And then when they have another election, if they want to get her out, they want to put Maria Corina Time Machado in, they could put her in, or they can leave Delcy in. But whoever becomes president, maybe it's Guaido. I believe his name's Juan Guaido. Trump said he was the rightful president in 2017. Maybe he gets in. So we'll monitor it, but we're not running the government of Venezuela.
You really think that we're not running it right now? So we already know that we can probably kidnap her next and bring her for almost the same crimes that we just did on Madero, right? We've got embargoes. If she's charged. Yeah, she's charged, and she's playing ball because we've got all our ships. We've got 12,000 troops.
No, she's not currently wanted. If she's charged with something, then we could potentially go in and black bag her too.
Right, but she's not running the show. She
knows that now.
Right. So we're running the show there. But that's what I'm saying is we can pull our boats away right now. Like we're basically saying the only reason we're charging you right now, and the only reason our boats are sitting here is because we're taking the oil, we're doing this, and now all of a sudden this is where the legality now starts slipping, right? So we didn't really go there to capture him, did we?
I think we did. We went there to capture him, and
so why are we still there?
We don't have like troops on the ground in Venezuela.
No,
we have an armada of ships in, but we've always had that armada out there. We're monitoring drugs. We also have Cuba. There's other countries in that region, in that golden triangle that we have to monitor. Yeah, it's not just Venezuela.
You mentioned this is the perfect execution, and I would agree. Perfect execution. We got him. We're trying him. We went for, this. It was under the disguise of drugs, right? Now we're done. So why didn't we leave?
Well, now,
we always have boats floating around there, but we have a lot more. We have 12,000 troops.
We left as soon as the mission was over.
But we haven't left, right? We're dictating what she does. Where Trump has said on Tucker Carlson, like
communicating with her,
I'm bringing in great executives. We're taking over the oil fields. We've already gotten billions of dollars of oil, right? So, I mean, was this a legal execution of a warrant to get a drug trafficker that's affecting the United States? or is this a disguise for basically taking over this country?
Well, it was both. It was for the oil, it was for the crime, it was for stopping communism, it was for all those reasons, and the drugs.
So whenever we want something from a country anywhere in Latin America that doesn't have nuclear missiles that we can easily bring forces into, I'm sure in a lot of Latin American countries, we can come up with some sort of crime, execute the same procedure, and do it again and again and again and again. And something you mentioned that I really liked, like when you brought up the banana hat man, we've actually been really good at going in. Like we went into Venezuela and we went in with our economy and our investors and we built the oils and we turned that country around, right? Communism then freaking sank the country again. So we are good at doing it, but we didn't go in and invade in those particular cases, right? We didn't invade Venezuela when we invested in there. We actually invested in there, right? And there's a difference between what we're doing now and what we did then.
There's a difference with Venezuela between what we did now and what we did then. But there were many Latin American coups and regime changes done before the 50s. Once the CIA gets involved, it all gets crazy. And I would agree with you. There's a lot of regime changes and a lot of coups that were big mistakes. But just because in the future we may abuse our power, or a Democratic president may come in and he may say, well, look what Trump did, now I'm going to start doing it. Those could be bad. And I may not think that those are justified. I could say those are wrong, but that doesn't change the fact that this one was the right decision to make.
And you don't find any issues with international law, specifically with the UN and using missiles to strike in, pulling him out, where that is like explicitly like denied?
No, we're not beholden to international law. That's something a lot of people on the left have been throwing around, but we've never been beholden to international law. Like, we're America. We're going to do what we're going to do. That's always been inconsequential. And the precedent's been set with that many times.
I can easily concede to that because we can break any UN law, any international law.
If it wasn't for us, there'd be no UN.
We've got the largest force, right? But we still do try to respect those laws out of our own morals, going, just because we have the biggest guns doesn't mean we can do whatever the F we want, right? So, and you're kind of saying, well, we don't really have to. Well, we're always going to pretend that we're going to follow these laws, except for when it's not to our convenience. And when it's not for our convenience, then we're actually going to self-exclude ourselves from the rules that we hold the rest of the world to, and the UN, because it's just not comfortable for us and we have bigger guns. Like, does that sound morally justifiable?
No, but the international law also acknowledges that in self-defense, it's okay to do these actions. And so this is Mike Lee addressed this on Twitter. This is for the wartime, the War Powers Resolution and the international law. Mike Lee said, this action likely falls under the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. They were deployed to protect those executing the arrest warrant. So the imminent attack was, we're sending people in to capture Maduro. He's wanted. We're going to go get him. And then we send troops to defend the guys who are going to get him, because we know they're not just going to turn him over to them. They're going to fight. And so when they start fighting, we got troops there to defend them. So that addresses the war powers and the international law. We're defending our troops. We're defending our guys who were executing a warrant.
So we were threatened by imminent attack, but we hadn't actually attacked yet. So we weren't. I actually think that's very flawed. That's like me coming up to you going and pushing you.
That's the argument that was made.
And then me calling the cops, calling it on you because I pushed you, even though I knew you were going to attack, right? Like, you weren't an imminent attack until I came on. Now, what I would grant you is if you said the attack was on U.S. citizens and our population through the drug import, right? That would be an imminent attack to give us the reason for going onto their territory to snatch the president and bring him back, right? That
Yeah.
is an imminent attack.
Yeah, I believe they had already attacked us. They've been attacking us. They've been
Through-
attacking us
through the
with the
drug
drugs.
imports?
They've been attacking us with, and I know you said they sealed up the border, but that doesn't stop the fact that we've already got a bunch of Tren de Aragua gang members from Venezuela in America. And we can't get them out easily because people protest and freak out, but we're trying to get them out. We're under attack right now as a result of what Biden did, but Maduro helped perpetuate that attack. So now he's going to get punished. And also, as far as coups go, this was like the nicest one. This is like, we didn't even kill him. We just went in and, kept him in his sweatsuit. He's smiling. He's saying Happy New Year's. Like, we didn't even hurt the guy.
Okay, so the end of an attack, us going in there, taking him, trying him for those crimes. We're both good there. Where does the oil come in? Because in your opening statement, you said we're justified now too, because was the oil an imminent attack? Are you saying because China invested billions of dollars there? By the way, China's investing billions of dollars in Greenland too. They're actually
we're coming for that next.
Investment land is actually the United States. So is investment part of that? Like you still failing this oil thing, and us basically Donald Trump says we're going to run it. Like, what does that have to do? Because this is where it breaks the imminent threat. This just means this is just an excuse to get him out of the way so that we can run things and get oil. And that doesn't actually fit under Article 4 or 2.4 or part of 51 either. So, because that would never be justified.
Yeah, I've heard legal experts from the left and the right both agreeing with what Mike Lee said there, that this will hold up. They're not going to, they don't have a legal argument to make. Like, it will hold up. It's held up in the past. That argument held up with Bush in Panama. But what we're doing with the oil is a benefit to Americans, a benefit to Venezuelans. They prospered when they worked with us. They prospered, and they worked with us on the oil front. When they're working with our enemies, that's a problem. And it's not just the oil; it's the BRICS. It's they've been trying to get into BRICS for 2 years. They never got accepted, but they were being looked at. That eventually they would have got into BRICS, and that's a problem. And the weaponry, they're putting enemy troops in our backyard. And so this is where the Monroe or the Donroe doctrine comes in. When you brought up North Korea, can we just go into North Korea? Well, that's not in our hemisphere. So that's not in our sphere of control. We're not going to, and that would be stupid because they have nukes.
But we go in everywhere that's, outside of our control. Like, sometimes we just have to leave the countries alone. And
I agree.
If they're doing like shipping the drugs in, we stop that, and we did that. But now we're enforcing our own doctrine on that country. Like we're imperialists now. Like we're going to we're doing the same thing like Russia. Like we're just going in and like taking what we think we should be ours now.
So we've always controlled the trade, not always, but we control the trade routes. We control all that stuff with Latin America. They benefit because of us. And again, just because there are examples of imperialism that I would disagree with, there's examples of coups and regimes and interference with other countries and getting involved with wars and stuff in other countries that I don't agree with. That doesn't mean that this one is wrong, just because there's other ones that were wrong.
So what's the limit? If we have next election, we get a Democratic president, right? And he wants to start supporting African countries or not supporting African countries that are against gay marriage, and decides to start invading those countries to any president in that country that won't allow or won't allow gay marriage, to force that in those countries.
Like Biden did with
you're okay with?
No, that's like what Biden did with what's his name? Juan Orlando Hernandez, the Honduran president that everybody keeps bringing up. Why did Trump pardon the Honduran president? Biden did that with him. They indicted him. And why? Because he was too aggressive with his military and stomping out crime, and he didn't want to erase the Constitution, that they don't allow gay marriages in Honduras. So they went and they got Juan Hernandez, and then Trump pardoned him. He said they did him very wrong. And so Democrats have done stuff like that, and it was a problem. And then the next guy comes in and fixes it. Now, the next president may come in and pardon Maduro, and I would not agree with that. Unfortunately, that's the reality we live in America, where we go back and forth, and nobody's policies can stand for 100 years. So I agree with you. That's a problem, but the precedent's been set in the past.
Yeah, and part of the problem too, right, that we have with these presidents being set in the past, and Donald Trump is basically, I mean, anything that anybody contests, I can find a president that has done one of those things in their past as well, going all the way back to George Washington and Lincoln. But he seems to have done them all in his term, like taking notes from every single president that has set a precedence. But I think once again, this is just going too far, because if we just stopped once we actually achieved the goal, then we did it, and we're setting a good precedence for the future presidents. Like, hey, we're executing this, but now we're literally taking it a step further beyond that, right? I mean, we have things just like you were talking about other presidents, like President Duterte in the Philippines. Most people in the United States hated him because he was executing both drug traffickers, creators, and users. But if you went to the Philippines, everybody adored him, and they said their towns were more safe than ever. His philosophy was, I'm not going to, spend 20 years trying to like slowly clean up this drug problem. I'm going to do it in my first year. And he kind of took a cowboy approach, but they loved them there. But if the Democratic president were to follow Trump's lead on that, we would have gone in and pulled him out when everybody there was like, we're prospering, right? So how can you defend? I mean, I could actually defend us doing these actions because I think it is good for the United States. I think, if there wasn't this guise of just like protecting us for drugs, and we actually did it properly without breaking rules, got the drugs cut down, helped them with the oil, build the economy back up. Because I actually don't know if the economy is even going to recover, even with us being there. But through non-questionable channels, which are available, I think we could do a much better job. Why is it justified that we just, now that we got him, we just sneak all this back shit in the back end?
Why is it justified that now that we got him, we sneak all this stuff? I mean, I don't think we snuck it in. I think this was the plan way back in 2017 when Trump brought this up, but Trump didn't have the right team of people to get it done. They dissuaded him from it. They pushed him away from it. But he's been hinting at this for a long time. This is not like this just happened. I think that it's justified because this isn't like a change that we don't know what's going to happen. We've seen what happens when Venezuela works with Shell, when we have our oil companies in Venezuela. The country prospered. The reason their economy collapsed is because they put all their eggs in one basket with oil. And then when oil prices go down, their economy collapses. So then Maduro says, well, let's get into the drug trade. That's how we can sustain our economy. And that didn't help anybody. So
if we break it down, and I agree with you, I bet you this was in the plan. This is the plan from the beginning, right? It's not that we're like, oh, now we're there. Now we can start doing this. Like, I'm sure everything was built up to, basically get to this point. But that being said, whenever we want something, all we have to do is come up with this plan of like basically tearing down each piece one by one. Like, hey, we're going to go in there, get rid of this guy. Then we can control this person because now the threat's there. We've strong-armed them. Now we can do this. We're going to cross like every shaky territory area in doing that. Now we can do this over and over and over again. All we have to do is just find one little legal thing, like, hey, I want this. Let's work our way backwards on how we can get to that, and we can just do it whenever we want, and set that example that we can do whatever we want, whenever we want.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree, but the problem is that your whole argument is built on a fallacy, which is slippery slope fallacy. We don't know that that's going to happen. And if that happens, if or when it happens, then we can talk about that situation. Like, for example, Iran right now with the protests and stuff. I don't think we should get involved in that. I don't care. I think it's horrible that thousands of people are getting hung and killed and protesters are being killed in Iran, but I don't think we should. What are we going to do? Drop a bomb on? Are we going to kidnap that Iranian? If that happens, we can talk about that when it happens. But that's a slippery slope. We don't know that that's going to happen. Maybe Trump can just
kind of do, though, don't we? Because we're already using previous presidents to this one, and each one keeps on getting worse. And it's like, at which point are we going to finally say, hey, we've got to actually fix some of this stuff up so we can do the right thing, but we can do it in a way that's not on such wavery lines, right? So you're like, well, we don't know where it's going to go. Well, we've seen over the last 50 years that it just keeps on going a little bit further, doesn't it? Right? Like, what point is too far?
I don't think Trump is doing it as bad as some of the presidents in the past. Like, so if he's actually less imperialist than other presidents that we've had, like during the Red Scare, we were doing a coup. It seems like every year we were doing a coup. We went to the Congo, we went to Libya, Afghanistan, Iran, the Philippines, Guam. We're constantly going into other countries and doing regime change just because of communism. So now we have the communism and the drugs and the weapons and the bricks, the enemy alliances in our backyard. Like it's right there. It's right by America. They can take a boat trip to Florida, and they do. So, so it's way different than going to the Congo because of communism.
Yeah, we did a good job with the Philippines too after the war, but it seems that era has kind of failed, where we've been able to go in and do these. So, like, what would you see in your mind now that we're halfway there, right? And we're running it. Trump said we're running it. We're going to facilitate the changeover, however that looks. What is next for the United States in Venezuela? What do you see as next?
Cuba, Colombia, Panama, and Greenland.
So, and I was actually just saying, what's next with Venezuela? Like, what are we going to do in Venezuela? But your brain, you're like, total domination of this side. See, we've already hit the slippery slope. You're like, we got away with this. What can we take next?
Don Road doctrine, baby.
Oh,
if we could purchase Cuba and we could do a lot of this diplomatically, we've already done it with Milei. I mean, we didn't do it with Milei, but basically they elected a Trump-friendly government, and we need a Trump-friendly government in all these surrounding countries that our enemies are trying to take over, because the world's getting advanced, the technology is getting crazy, and shit's gonna hit the fan one of these days. We need to be protected. We need to be defended on this side of the world. We have oceans between us and Europe and Russia. This side of the world, we need to keep it locked down, and that doesn't all have to be through like violent regime change or anything like that. If we can do it diplomatically, then I'd say that's justified. We have Bukele in El Salvador. We have Milei in Argentina, and if we get either Delcy plays ball or we get the other guy that Trump likes, or Corina Machado in there, then we're surrounded by friends. Our neighborhood is friends, and we got each other's back. I mean, I like that better than what's happening with NATO and the UN and countries like that in Europe. So these Latin American countries, a lot of them are majority Catholic. They're and they don't like eating rats. So, what are they going to do? These people are eating rats, and it's right outside of America, and they have all this oil. Like, this is beneficial to everybody.
So would you lean towards like the neocon side? We've got the power. Let's use it, and let's use it for what we think's good.
No, because typically neocons, they're okay with endless wars as long as it helps the military, the money. They're just doing it for the money.
Do you think we're not doing it for the money? We're actually doing it to help the Venezuelan people?
Well, Trump has said, and I believe this, that he's doing this because when he's traveling, all he's thinking about is America. He's doing this for the betterment of America and the safety and protection. His number one job is to protect the American people, and that's what he's doing. And if protecting the American people means helping the American economy, then that's a good thing.
So what would be too far for you as far as like indicting a leader? Like what is the limitation in your mind on who we can indict and who we can't for leadership? Is it only for drugs? Can it be just because we think they're oppressing their people, like based on their military, based on their resources? If they're hurting their people and they're sending drugs, but they don't have any resources and they're not worth our time, should we just let those people go?
What would the limit be? It would be if it directly affects us, then we need to handle it. And if it's within proximity, our hemisphere, then we should.
So if it's a Latin American country, it's also importing drugs, but the land has no resources. Do you think we would do the same thing?
Probably not. I mean, is the leader a wanted criminal?
Yeah, let's say they're a wanted criminal.
If the leader is a wanted criminal and it's in a Latin American country or Central America, then maybe we get him, maybe we don't. That's a situation you have to look at each one individually. And so again, like it all comes down to each situation individually. You have to go one by one. You can't just make a broad statement. We should just get all the wanted criminal leaders.
Right.
Some we should, some we shouldn't.
And I mean, what I keep on alluding to in this stuff, right, is we're not necessarily thinking about the people there, right? We're not trying to be like the world police per se. We're really just looking at ourselves. And even if we could probably stop the drugs coming in without taking the leader is much more profitable for our country. Therefore, our determination is not based on necessarily the people of that country. It's based on our welfare and best intentions. Let's just go with our hemisphere, right? So we're going to pick and choose if they want us there or don't want us there. If they want us there and there's nothing for us there, we're probably not going to help them. If they want us there and there's something there, we'll probably help them, right? Like, do you think that is justified?
No, I think it has to be an accumulation of all these things. So it's the resources, it's the drugs, it's a wanted communist terrorist running your country. Your people are dying. You're in close proximity to us and you're working with our enemies. All of these things combined justify stopping that. Now, if it's a country, if it's a country with a little country and there's no, I don't know, like Chile or something. Well, Chile is not a little country, but Chile, they have no resources. They're not bringing drugs in. They're not working with our enemies, but they have a mean dictator president. And we kind of let them, you guys got to figure that out.
Yeah. And you know what? I mean, it
doesn't affect us.
I would even contest that if China was investing in there, we'd probably still leave them alone too. I mean, China wasn't setting up any military opportunities there. I mean, they were there economically for the resources. But they weren't setting up bases there. They weren't setting up nuclear missiles there. Russia wasn't doing that either. Yes, they're training their people there so that if we were to come in, hopefully, like we couldn't disturb that economic influence they were having since they were that communist country. But if they were to do that in Chile, because one of the things we're saying is, well, because Russia and China are like giving them all this money and resources, we know that was to benefit them. That makes Venezuela a threat because our enemies are in there investing. But if our enemies were investing in Chile, I guarantee you there also, we probably wouldn't care because there's no resource there unless they found something, right? So I would say I would scratch the whole protection from like Russia and China in Venezuela. We just want to stop them from getting the resources.
Right. Yeah, we do want to stop them from getting the resources. And
Right.
yeah, that's good. But so that saves Venezuelan lives. That stops our enemies from having access to that resource and helping them. We don't want to help our enemies. We want to help Americans, and we can help Venezuelans in the process. It's a win-win.
So just taking away the resources, right? Not if they have they're having an influence on countries that are in close proximity, because it keeps on coming down to the resources, right? So I mean, I'm going to keep on bringing it back to the resources, because
That's fine.
really
the oil's an important factor.
In a secret world war for resources. Same thing with Ukraine, right?
We've always been
just all secret, running these secret fights for resources. Almost
every coup that we did. And by the way, this is not a regime change, because his regime is still in power.
Yeah.
So we haven't done a regime change. So a lot of people keep bringing up examples of regime changes and stuff on the news and things like that. This isn't even a regime change, but every example of things like this that we did in Latin America, almost always it was for economic reasons. It was for the resources and American dominance over the control of the resources in this region. So that is a big part of it.
And that was something else I was going to bring up too. I mean, and I did bring up at the beginning, right? So we don't really have a regime change, and we know that the regime under there is totally embedded in the drug trade. We know how it works. When you take out the kingpin, a new one just pops up. So do we really feel like the drug trafficking is going to stop?
Well, like you said, with the border shut down and with the water shut down, then
I mean, they're still going to run them, right? The boats. We're going to have to keep on fighting in the water there.
And we'll keep blowing up boats. They're going to find out. Trump has said, now we're going to focus on the land. We're sealing up America. You're not bringing your drugs over here. You're not sending your criminals over here. You're not selling your resources to our enemies who want to hurt us. You're not working with them to devalue our currency. We're not going to let that happen anymore.
Yeah. So, I mean, in the end, essentially here, it's a legal loophole for us to make sure our enemies are not getting the oil. We're getting the oil. I like that. It benefits me, right? It really wasn't to go in there and basically try this guy for drug trafficking, because we know it's going to keep on going. We're going to have to keep on monitoring the waters. We're going to have to keep the border shut. We didn't really solve a problem there. And you still don't think, like, going under the guise of that?
I don't think she's going to be as bad as him. I think that she's going to be more willing to play ball and work with Trump. And if she's not, they're going to hold an election. And if she steals the election in the same way that he did, it's interesting. Like, this is why I was hoping to have this debate with a lefty, because they always complain about, oh, Trump's a dictator. He stole elections. Like, we got a guy right there who literally did that. And then they complain when we take him. But if she tries the same thing, and she's moving drugs, somehow finds a way to get through Trump's border or over Trump's Gulf of America. If she can figure out a way to do that, then we'll go get her too. And now she knows that. This sent a message to the rest of the world. It's not just it's a show of force. So
yeah, but I'm sure they're going to be a lot more discreet about it now, and they're going to run it from the lower levels, right?
Maybe they've seen their fatal flaw, and maybe they say, oh, we were doing great when we were working with American oil companies and letting America control our oil trade. We were doing great as a country. Maybe we want to go back to that. There are people alive today in Venezuela who saw the Venezuelan golden years, and now they're eating rats. So I think they want this too, and that's why they were celebrating all over the world. Not to mention,
all over the world.
They were celebrating in countries, of course, yeah, the whole world wasn't celebrating, but they're in countries all throughout the world, they were celebrating. But what was I just about to say? Oh, shoot, I forgot. Oh, there's how many hundreds of thousands? There's some hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan immigrants that are here, and they're here on PS protective status, visas or whatever. Well, now that he's not in power, those may end, and a lot of those people can go home, and they want to go home. I've seen interviews with these Venezuelans, and they're like, yeah, we would like to go home to Venezuela, but we can't. Our family is still there and they're suffering. And now those people can go home. So it also helps us with our immigration problem.
So I've got a kind of a hypothetical question here and on the legality. So I still think that this doesn't actually fall under legality in the UN, right? Under those articles, I don't think we actually could defend that. But what we also know is Venezuela would have to file, and we could reject that filing, and there's really nothing they could do, whether they broke the law or not. So the hypothetical is, let's just say we took some UN lawyers and they went through it and they said, yeah, if we were to try this, the United States would be 100% guilty. In that particular case, and I think they probably find that
guilty of like war crimes, or what are we
of breaking the international
law?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this would be the internationally, right? Not talking like locally. And
has that ever happened before?
It can't happen, like, right. Because you have to have a punisher, right? Now, if somebody else charged another country, we could actually, do sanctions or representation. And if they didn't want to do it, the United States military would go in and back the UN to enforce it, right? So yes, UN law is enforceable. Is it enforceable against us? No, right?
Right.
And I think that if it was enforceable and there was somebody who could enforce it against us, we would have thought twice about this, right? And so, I mean, knowing that we can't be enforced and we can break the laws, right? I'm just saying, let's say I could prove to you 100% that this was against international law, you'd still be okay with it, right? And knowing that we can't, there's no consequences.
Then I wouldn't be able to legally justify it anymore, but I would still say it was the right thing to do morally. Legally, I wouldn't be able to justify it legally. Currently, I can justify it legally because international law is not gonna, there's no crime here. All it is just people who don't like Trump, big mad at Orange Man, and they're just complaining. They're trying to find something to say this is the wrong thing to do, but legally the precedent's been set. There's nothing they can do about it. And
see, and I mean, I'd still argue with the international law and a little bit on our domestic law as well. I mean, I know that there's this 48 hours, right, that the president can basically enact anything, right? Well, he can't enact anything. There actually are, he's given like a set of items that he's allowed to actually do without Congress's approval, and has to like let them know in 48 hours, right? But that doesn't mean he can do anything without Congress's. He can do it, but once he notifies Congress in 48 hours, if it wasn't in the book, then he's now broken our domestic law. And there is still some questions in there and some people putting some stuff together. So we'll see how that actually pans out. But on the international side, once again, part of the I read through this whole damn thing over the weekend. Where is it?
And so we have to notify Congress. He has to notify Congress. That doesn't, it's not like he has to ask them for permission. He just needs to notify them. Mario Diaz Ballard and Mike Lee both said on social media that they were notified before this happened. So he did notify some people in Congress.
Yeah, no, the 48 hours is a reporting thing, right? So if he sends military troops in without Congress, within 48 hours, he basically has to report to them, I did this, and this is why I did it. And under
the
whole
rules, world knew the minute it happened.
Well, of course, right? But in 48 hours, it's not that he goes, oh, by the way, I did this. That 48 hours to put the report together is to basically determine if, sorry.
You gotta handle the
One
kitties?
second, I've got somebody screaming at me. Give me a second.
That's fine. All right.
Yeah, we can pause the timer for a sec there. And just a reminder to everyone in the chat watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any more upcoming Swords of Reason debates. We got lots of debates coming. Great, just like this one. Okay. And this topic, actually, we're going to be doing a couple times over the next 2 weeks here. So, yeah, stick around and also sub up to both of the debaters. And there you go. He's back. So go ahead, get back into it, boys.
Yeah, sorry. My kids just got back from church.
No worries.
So when they come in the door, there's lots of screaming. Happy screaming, by the way. Yeah. So
You were looking for something?
I was on the UN piece, right? So with the Article 2.4, basically that is the protection, and then it was 51. Now my mind's, I had it all clear before I ran off here. What was 51 stating? It's just loosely put together, and I would say, I mean, since everybody knows that basically it can't be enforced, we're basically just ignoring it. But I'm pretty sure from what I was reading through this weekend that it really actually does not hold up to the tests. But we're going to get away with it. I guarantee you that, right? We're going to get away with it. Article 51.
Also, not so much with the international law thing, but with the War Powers Declaration, we would have to declare, this would be declaring war. We didn't declare war. We did an operation. We got in there and out of there. We captured a wanted criminal and we brought him back. He wasn't hurt. We didn't execute him in the streets. So there's no war declared. And Venezuela's, we're not going to go to war with Venezuela. Now, there could be a case where China gets mad at this and then they want to go to war with us, but that they've already shown they didn't even have Venezuela's back. Yeah, they're not going to. So basically it was quick, easy, in there, out of there. And now China and Russia aren't in our backyards anymore. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of this is that the BRICS thing, a lot of people aren't talking about the BRICS, and Venezuela, the biggest oil reservoirs in the world, getting involved with BRICS, which is trying to undermine America dominance over the economy of the world. And BRICS comes to power, it's not long before our dollar collapses, and pretty soon English is not the international language of business anymore. It's Mandarin. And I don't want that. So lock it down.
But I was going into that with the 48-hour thing. As I was saying, he's allowed to deploy troops outside the 40 or without notifying Congress, but he's only allowed to do that with certain cases. The 48 hours, obviously everybody knew as soon as it happened, is basically to give him time to give the report of whether this fit in the categories of things he's allowed to do without Congress's approval. On that particular piece, going in to do an operation is justified. Going in to basically intervene would not fall under that. And that's why I kept on going back to the oil. If we went in, we grabbed him and got out and we're done, I would say everything was by the book and perfect. 48 hours, notifying Congress, we gave the report, this is what we did, it falls within that jurisdiction. The whole idea that we're now doing an intervention, I think, is what takes it out of that intervention, where I believe that Congress would need to be included in that particular circumstance. And I understand you said that there's leaks. They don't need to know the actual plan. They just need to know, hey, we're protecting ourselves from Russia and China getting the resources. We're going to take this leader out. We're going to put control in. We're going to put embargoes in. But we're not going to tell you how this is going to happen and when we're going to do it, right? I think that is more under the local guidelines, not international, of executing that power, right? So once again, don't mind going in there, taking him and leaving, and actually going in to grab do an operation. But this has become an intervention, not an operation. And for an intervention, I think we need Congress.
Okay, so you're okay with the operation to capture him, but you're saying that in the future, our intervention dealing with the oil is a problem. He was asked about this. He had a panel with all the oil execs and all the big top oil guys. And just going off of what he said, we're not going to need a military presence there. We're not going to need to be intervening with the people. We already have, these oil companies are already set up there. They already have machinery there. A lot of it's dilapidated and they're going to have to repair it. But Venezuela is going to welcome that. And it doesn't have to be a military intervention. It's just a, would having
we have a pretty strong military embargo sitting there right now. 12,000 troops
in the water,
not on the land, but
yeah,
sitting right there on the coast, right? And
we've probably always had that.
We don't sit 12,000 troops and boats and that every day. We cruise around all over the place, right? Right now they're sitting there, so that has an intention and that is a presence.
But that's in international waters. So, I mean, that's not intervention directly with Venezuela. We have boats off their coast to make sure they don't send drug boats over.
But we are doing an intervention. Would you agree with that?
Not a military intervention. I think that we're doing an economic intervention, but that's no different than having sanctions on the water. We have sanctions on on the water that they dodge because we don't have an armada sitting off their coast. They think that they can shadow fleet and they can put different flags on boats. The majority of the oil going to China, they're dodging sanctions on. So is controlling all the trade routes in that region and sanctions on oil, is that an intervention?
Yeah, but we know that they're there for our presence, right? To now do the intervention. Like, we can say, we're international waters, we do this all the time, but we know we're there because we're doing an intervention right now, right? I mean, do you actually disagree that we're doing an intervention?
If sanctions are an intervention, sanctions and trade routes of what they can export and import, if that's an intervention, then yes, we're doing an intervention.
Having the military presence out there, removing the leader, bringing
we're not running the country.
Investment executives, corporate executive investors, right? Definitely sounds like an intervention to me.
Yeah, if sanctions are an
there or not doing an embargo, right? We're doing a lot more than that right now. And it might be great for the people. Let's hope it is, right?
Yeah, if sanctions and controlling the trade routes is an intervention, then yeah, we're doing an intervention. We've been doing an intervention, and we've been in violation of international law since the 50s. So, no, we can have some boats off the coast, and we're not running the country. Delcy is running the country. We're running the oil that we've already had stationed there. So, and a lot of these oil guys, Trump said, they're very tough guys. These guys are tough guys. We don't need to send military to protect them. They're going to have mercenary groups. They're very rich. They're very powerful. And if the oil guys go in there and they take over Venezuela, maybe that's a different problem for another day, but it's not the American military that has to do it. We're not going to. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe in the future, we send a bunch of troops on the ground and we aggressively take over the country. Then I would say that's a problem, but that hasn't happened yet. So,
it's pretty obvious. You're like, yeah, once we're done with Venezuela, we'll do Cuba next. We'll do Greenland next. I mean, if you've got that mentality, and I think that's kind of the problem. And I mean, I've been right almost my whole life. I mean, right wing.
Right. I'm always right.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you were saying.
But, I used to be further right, and I don't think I'll ever cross over to the left side. Actually, I know I'll never cross over to the left side, but I've definitely become more towards the middle with some of this just like international Americanism, right? I believe in commerce and, the society that we've built here. And I believe that, there are ways economically, China's actually really smart at this. economically actually influencing countries. I believe that the way we're doing it, we're going to be turning the world around us against us, versus investing in the countries, investing in Greenland instead of telling them that we're going to take it over forcefully if we want. Even though he withdrew that statement today. I don't know if you saw Trump said we're not going to do it. But
yeah. Well, what did he say? What did some lady said? She was asking about some country, and she's like, "Oh," she said, "What about Panama? Are you looking at Panama again? Because you've mentioned it before." He said, "I'm not going to tell you that." And she started laughing. Like, Trump has said he's not going to tell people what he won't do, and he's not going to tell people what he will do. He wants to keep everybody on their toes, and he's had his show of force. Now Greenland knows. He wants to do this diplomatically. He wants to purchase them. And he said once he goes and makes a deal with the people in Greenland, if it's profitable and it's prosperous to them to do that, then they'll probably do it willingly. A lot of these countries, we don't have to do any military action to get in line because Trump is the master of the deal. That's how he's resolving these wars without sending us to all these 8 1/4 wars that he's resolved. Like, he just talks to them and he settles it. Now Cuba's a problem. Maybe we have to do something in Cuba, but I don't see it as us imperialism. I don't see us as us taking over these countries. These are countries that we've always controlled these trade routes. We have a good enough relationship with Latin American people, South American people, that usually this goes smoothly. It's not the same as when we go to freaking the Middle East or something.
You don't feel like that there could have been a way to do this exact same thing with the exact same results by setting a standard for the world, by making sure that we match the international laws. There is no confusion on our domestic laws, and set a precedent for other presidents that, we're going to be strict about this stuff, but we're also going to get this stuff done, and we're not going to look for the loopholes. We're not going to cause conflicts within the international world on whether we were justified on this. We're going to show them that we can actually follow the world's rules and accomplish the same task.
When we try to go through the UN and we try to do things, go I don't want to say go the legal route, because that implies that this is the illegal route, but it's not. But if we try to do everything by the book, there's a lot of people in the UN who are jokes. There's a lot of they're going to do everything they can to stop Trump from getting done what he needs to get done. And the time for that's over. We saw that in the first Trump administration. We need to get this stuff done before he's out of there. And then hopefully we get somebody reasonable in for the next term who can, if we see the benefits, because this is the first year of Trump's term, if we see benefits from this for everybody, then 3 years from now, when somebody else gets in, they'll be like, we didn't like Trump, but that was a good move. And
it is interesting, like you said, like if we follow the rules, then you're like, but I don't want to say that because that sounds illegal.
Right. Like, I mean,
that is a contradicting statement itself there. Like, we can't follow the rules because they won't let us follow the rules. So technically it's
like rules to a game that we don't have to play. So he's just not playing that game. We don't have to play that game because that game is weighted against Trump. Because then it's him against all these European people who God knows how they're running their country.
You're saying he's not breaking the rules because it's not that we're ignoring or we're not even looking at the rules. We are existing as if there's no rules. Therefore,
or you could say
we're not even accepting that. It's not internationally legal because we don't even actually accept that there's an international law.
Well, okay. Or I would say it like this. We make the rules. It's our game. So he just, he said this, I mean, and this is already the case. It's not like he changed anything. That's why international law has never been really, it's always been inconsequential. We make the rules.
What if in 10 years, right? China with all their satellites up there in space They've got ones armed with missiles pointed at our commercial satellites right now. They could hit a button and basically take out our whole telecommunications network. Let's say the day hits where they go, we don't want to follow the rules anymore. Then they wait till they have the stronger military and hit that button, take out our communication systems, and they go, well, we're not going to follow the rules because we're just doing what you guys did. And then the United States goes to the UN and goes, guys, we got to come together against China because they're coming after us. And the UN goes, eat your own medicine.
Yeah, that would suck. And I think that we're moving towards that. I'm glad you mentioned the satellites, because I always talk about this. One of my favorite things is the Star Wars are coming, and I mean there's satellites being positioned with lasers and missiles, and I think that's one of the main reasons we need Greenland, is because it's an important place for basically setting up an on-ground space station. Because yeah, China, the satellites, that's a big problem. If China does that, then we're going to war with China. It's going to suck, and they might do it.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. I've also talked about that one before. I read a newspaper article about it. This isn't like conspiracy theory. In 1998,
yeah, I'm not making stuff up.
In 1998, it was actually published, and nobody was talking about it. I read the article. I'm like, why is nobody talking about this? That literally China already has the satellites, like basically rotating next to ours, aimed with weapons, our commercial ones, and literally can take out our whole communication network. Not a conspiracy theory, not.
And that was
none of that.
That was in the late 90s.
Yeah, 98.
Imagine what's going on up there now. It's crazy. So, and I think that's one of the reasons we need Greenland is, and Elon, and I'm not just making this up either. Elon's talked about it on Joe Rogan. He said we need Greenland because for space, it's going to be an important hub for the space situation that we got going with Space Force, NASA, SpaceX. This is
it kind of comes down to also, I mean, I agree we need Greenland, but it goes back to like just the way we're doing these things. China is not putting military bases in Greenland. We have a military presence there. But what China is doing there is they are economically investing heavily there. And if there's anything they're doing better there than we are, is their economic investment. Now, us taking over, like let's say we invaded it or we bought it or however we got it, isn't going to fix that threat. And the reason I say it's not going to fix that threat is because China's already buying up half the United States. We can't keep them from investing in our own country that we own. How would we be able to get them to stop doing that in Greenland if we took it over, if we can't even get them to stop in our own country? So like the whole point when he's like, well, China's there and they're going to do it. So we have to take it over so we can stop them. It's not going to stop it. If anything, they probably have better access because they have so many business relationships with U.S. entrepreneurs that they'll have more access to funding their operations in Greenland.
Yeah, half the people in Greenland want to go with China, half the people in Greenland want to go with America, and he's going to have to make a better economic deal if he wants to acquire it. But again, all of this, like we kind of agree on all these points. I agree China's buying up all this land in America. That's a problem. But even if that goes totally wrong, that says nothing about what we did in Venezuela and how that was the right action to do. That was the right action to take, I believe. And is that your alarm?
All right. So that
my wife letting me know it's the kids' dinner time.
That there would wrap up the hour of open floor. This one seemed like it was pretty good here, but I always like to ask if both of yous, just keeping in mind we have the 30-minute Q&A still, if both of yous, do you guys want another 30 minutes of open floor?
I don't need it, and I don't know if I have time. I like to have a little time on the panel, so
okay. So that right there will just wrap up the open floor back and forth. Excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. What we're going to do here is enter the final phase of the debate, is the closing statements. Quick reminder to the live chat, the Q&A is there for you guys to put your questions for either debater there. make sure you drop them in now. And remember, these super chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they will get priority. If they fill up the whole 30 minutes, not all the free chat questions will make it through. But I don't see too many there. So we should get to the free questions easily. If you want to bump yourself up, send in a super chat. But if there's something you really want asked, make sure you send it through the priority option. With that being said, let's move into the closing statements. This is where each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. All right. So I'm going to hand it first. We're going to start here with JS. Whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. No offense to Vibe, but I was hoping for a more contentious debate here. I think that we have a lot of agreements. Ethically, I think we have the same ethical grounding and the same ethical background, but we're two sides of the same coin. He's saying more, let's non-interventionist, and I'm saying, sometimes we got to do something about this. We need to aggress. We need to be offensively defensive too, and not just defensive. As far as this goes, of all the regime changes and CIA ops, coups, things like that, that many of them, I will agree, were unjustified. Many in the future will be unjustified, but this one is not one of those. This was like a walk in the park, an 88-minute walk in the park. It was quick. It was easy. It was cheap. And everybody benefits off of it. The Venezuelan people, America, and I believe the world benefits if America is doing well. And I think this will help America do better. I think Vibe is a nice guy. He's cool, but your primary arguments were basically slippery slope. What if this goes bad? And sometimes these non-interventionist arguments kind of seem like shelter in place. Sit back and watch as our enemies slowly pick away at our HP. This is fatal. 2026, it's time to fight back. It's the year of FAFO. It's the year of the Wang half. And being weak is the only thing that's unjustified. To reiterate all my opening points, drugs, we didn't really have to have a lot of back and forth on that because he kind of conceded that the boats, he was okay with that. So that's like a whole big chunk of the debate that we already agree on. The oil, I don't think that there's a problem with us securing resources that we've secured in the past and that we already have the equipment there. We've already worked with Venezuela before and they prospered. We prospered. We've seen this in action and it worked. And I think it will be okay to resume that. It'll help everybody. Enemy alliances, we kind of addressed it. But yeah, I don't think that we should have somebody in our backyard that close to America where we control the trade routes, doing deals with our enemies and avoiding sanctions, hiding from us. And so we're going to shut that down. The crime, he said problem solved because the border's closed. I don't think it is solved because we still have those criminals here and Maduro sent those criminals. And he's a criminal and he's right there. So to prevent future actions like this from happening, we need to get those people out of America, send them back, and we need to take him out of power. And we did. So, and then the anti-democratic communism thing, we kind of didn't go into that much because that's more for a lefty. But I think Vibe would agree. Communist bad, communists in our backyard also bad. So it was a good debate, a little too much agreement, but it was fun, and that's all I got.
All right, thank you for that closing statement, JS. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Vibe for your closing statement. So whenever you're ready, Vibe, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, I would have liked to get a little bit deeper and probably should have gotten more into the legal, but one of the reasons I wanted to come on and debate this is because something I've been seeing in a lot of these debates, well, not actually these debates, actually just in the world, has nothing to do with debates. one of the reasons I wanted to actually challenge a rightist as a rightist is that too much of our population is just jumping on the bandwagon of being left or right and following without question. I voted for Trump, and there's a lot of things that he's doing that I think is right, and there's a lot of things that I think we do need to question as well. I think even if they're in our party, we need to hold them accountable for every action they do, and we also have to be the best country we can be, just as Jesus wants men to be the best man they can be. There is always a shortcut and always an easier way that might still be profitable or preferable for an outcome, but it may not be the right way to do it. I think, being on the right, and especially on the Christian right, we need to stand up not just as the leaders of the country because we have the force, but stand up as the leaders of the world because we have the force, but because we also are an example of how to do things in a morally correct way. And I think a lot of leftists need to question their leftist friends and not just follow like lemmings. And I think a lot of rightists also need to do the same thing. Just because you're a Republican doesn't mean you have to agree with every Republican action and every Republican move. My point being on the questioning of this, and it is something I wanted to question, and it's something I wanted to debate, because overall, when I heard it happen, I'm like, I like that. Can we do that? I'm thinking, great to get the oil fields back. Great having, trying to slow down the drugs coming in. But, to reiterate my questions as well, was this an arrest or was this an intervention? The question is this even legal? And I even think JS kind of conceded at the end there. He's like, if we follow the rules, we wouldn't be able to do it. Well, following the rules is going by the legalities, whether it's international or not. And I think we have to find better ways. And I think we've got enough smart people on the Republican side to actually do it without breaking any or making any of the laws questionable, and not just running for the easiest way. So I think we need to stand up and try to be better Republicans than we're currently being, even if we're fighting for the same cause. The slippery slope, we hate slippery slope fallacies and those arguments, but we will have to wait and see. But we have seen from the past examples of interventions and how that's gone. In the old past, we actually did quite well. In the more recent 40 years, we haven't done very well at all. It'd be great to see if we can change it on this one. And I think we've gone this far to because that slippery slope keeps on getting steeper. So I just don't know how steep JS wants to let it go before it really kicks us in the ass. And then, as I said, I'm not into interventions. That's basically it. But good opening, JS. I appreciate the debate. Also, like I mentioned, I actually subscribe and watch. So anybody else watching, make sure you check him out. He's got a good Bible study. I actually do the uncomfortable Bible study. So it's with unbelievers as well, to get out of that echo chamber and have a little bit of challenge in there. So, good discussion, no name calling. Hope it opens some people's eyes. I appreciate the time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That concludes the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reason. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social, philosophy, internet beefs, okay, trending topics, anything there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight in front of you all. All right, whether you agree or disagree, it takes more than you know to come do this in front of an audience. So show them support for that. And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each side depending on things I heard, arguments I want clarified, points I think we're missing, deserve a pass, things like this. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for the first questions, I'm going to start with the Trump is justified side. So JS, first one I'll ask is if a president can justify intervention based on like criminal accusations or moral claims alone, what limits remain at all, if any, to prevent future presidents from like bypassing Congress or international norms?
I don't know, morality. If it's immoral to do it, like if like international, both of the war times powers and the international law, those things are both inconsequential because America upholds them. So that's why I did misspoke. I misspoke when I said, you know, we aren't following the rules, or I corrected it. We set the rules. We control the game board. So the only thing that stops the king from doing what he wants to do, the top dog from doing what he wants to do, is it right or is it wrong? And the person in power, if I don't know, that, like, I guess you could get charged with war crimes and they could come after you. So if you violate it, like if we just started going and killing people in another country, then like they're trying to hold Bibi accountable for war crimes right now. So they could do the same thing to America. But I don't know.
All right. And Vibe, did you have anything for that?
Or the
No, I'm
voters,
still
we
trying
vote
to
them
connect
out.
My earpods.
Oh, okay. No worries. And then, so my next question for you, JS, is so like even if the Maduro regime is corrupt, like how can Trump's approach be justified if like his sanctions and pressure actually worsened food shortages and medical access, and it didn't achieve a regime change? So how is it justified if we're not making a change plus adding pressures?
Well, how is it? We are making change. So like one of the things they'll say is that the reason that Venezuela got poor is because of sanctions. Obama did individual sanctions, so that did not affect Venezuela's economy. And Trump did his after the Bolivar had already dropped like 2 million% or something like that. So our sanctions are not what hurt Venezuela. Their decisions is what hurt them. And when they worked with America, they benefited. So I think they're going to see a benefit from this. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but
Kinda. Just like a little follow up on it is like, so like, because you had mentioned it wasn't a regime change. So like that's why I'm asking, like, if we didn't achieve a regime change, like what is how does his approach justify?
I don't think the
How
intention
is
was
his
a regime.
approach justified? Sorry.
I don't think the intention was a regime change. I think the intention was capturing Maduro, and that's what we set out to do, and that's what we did. And basically, it was, this guy's really bad. Get him out of there. The next person won't be as bad. If Delcy turns out to be as bad as Maduro, which I don't think is going to happen, then I don't know. Maybe in the future, maybe we have to look at that situation. But I think she's going to play ball.
All right. And did you have anything for that one, Vibe? Nope, busy. All right. So, are you there, Vibe? Though, you're muted. Maybe he doesn't realize he's muted.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay.
I mean, there's going to be a regime change, right? This is just temporary. We already know that. We're running it. There wasn't a regime change. That's true. You know, we're going to force one.
All right.
I don't-
All right.
I don't know that. I think at their
Paul
next
pretty
election,
much said that.
they're at their next election. I think that they're going to vote somebody different in, and if she ignores those election results, I think we're going to keep an eye on that, and we'll deal with that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, well, and I'm sure, just like we've done in the past too, we're going to have a supported candidate that we're going to support in that vote. We will make sure they get voted in, and there'll probably be a legitimate election.
That's why Maria Corina Machado brought Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. She's trying to show face and saying, "Hey, I'm with you. If I get into power, I'm going to work with you." Trump has supported Juan Guaido, who he said was the rightful president. That's the one that Maduro stole the election from. So we have options of people, but maybe it's Delcy. Maybe Delcy, you know, she says, "I didn't like the way Maduro was running it, and I'm going to work with you," and maybe she stays in. But we don't know that yet. We'll have to see when it happens.
All right. So then I'll move over here to my question for Vibe. Is so first one would be if the U.S. like does not act decisively against like regimes such as Maduro's that openly traffic drugs or harbor criminal networks, wouldn't that create a precedent that hostile states can act with impunity?
Yeah, I mean, I think I pretty much kind of conceded that, like, for this to be above the board, 100%, we would go there like we did, grab them, come back. There would be no regime change, just like there wasn't right now, and we'd be done, right? It's the whole fact that we're coming in after the fact and then doing the intervention, right? So, I mean, I conceded that point. I think we need to stay strong. I think if there's stuff coming in, we need to take action. I think if we went in, came out, I don't think there would be any blurred lines. I think it's just that we're staying there. We're taking our U.S. investors, oil companies in there. We're running the government, is where all of a sudden the lines get blurred. So I agree to stand up 100%, you know, for our country and our hemisphere, right? Where, I mean, I would even approve some things that may not even benefit the United States, but benefits our hemisphere, because the more our hemisphere prospers, the more we can prosper together and we can build better intentions.
Okay. And did you have anything for that?
I forgot the way you asked the question, but yes, that would be bad. That's what when we have weak leadership, we saw this under Biden. When we have weak leadership, our enemies and our neighbors, they run roughshod over us. They get crazy, and so yeah, if we just let this happen and we don't ever put our foot down, then it sets the opposite precedent. It sets the precedent that they can do this, and we're not going to do anything about it. So that's another reason I think this was justified.
All right. So then my next question for Vibe is I didn't really write this one out. I didn't word this one. So like United States, like historically has invested in Venezuela's economy and energy sector and all of this. So like, doesn't this when you're mentioning like how we're staying there and we're investing, doesn't this just line up with historically what the U.S. has done in Venezuela? Oh,
yeah, he dropped out.
Did he drop out after my question or while I was asking it?
before, and
Okay.
I heard some kids in the background, so the kids came home from
Yeah,
church.
he said he had to switch to the phone because he was getting the food ready. I'll just give him a minute to get back here.
Oh yeah, congrats on 9K subs.
Thank you. Yeah, that was it was pretty badass. We hit it last night before the stream ended. It was nice.
I was at work, and when you hit 9K, I was about to come in chat and saying I'm gonna unsubscribe just so it drops down to 7. But by the time I looked at my phone, it was already at like 903, 905, 906.
That's what's up.
I can't do it.
The
Dude, mine goes like backwards sometimes. I don't know.
the first, like, every time I get like a milestone, people unsubscribe just to be assholes. That's just how like you seen it was at like 907 yesterday. It's at 901.
Yeah. What?
Like people do it just to be assholes, right? Like just be like, oh, I'm not. You don't get an extra sub. I'll come back and sub when I talk in there. Meh. You know, like it's just so goofy. Let me see. Maybe he messaged. Let me know what's going on. No. He's calling me an asshole. Unsub. Shit. All right. Well, I don't know what's going on. Let me shoot him a message real quick. See if everything's good.
What are the questions looking more directed at him or me?
Yeah, we could move over to these questions. Let me see if there's
Just sucks. He can't answer any that are going to be directed at him.
right. So those ones, that one from Uncle Tiger is definitely directed towards him.
Somebody said he had to feed his kids dinner.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he said that at first, like that he was getting his kids dinner ready. So that makes sense. Let me look at the live Q&A here. Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, this is actually that one, I don't know. That could kind of be for both. So we do have one here that's I think this one would be for you. It says we are the world's dominant superpower. Shouldn't we lead by example? If we intervene regardless of justification, what principle prevents other powers from doing the same under their own justifications? It's a good question. That one's from Rev Russ.
Might makes if they do that, then we're in charge. So if they try to do something like that and we say no, then we stop them. Or if it doesn't affect us and they're doing that, in some other part of the world and it doesn't affect us, then the country that country needs to deal with it, and that's not our problem. Like there's always going to be power games. There's always going to be countries that are trying to move on the board. It's like a game of Risk. And so we haven't set a precedent. The precedent's been set for all of history of the world. So, but when we do it, we need to make sure that we have a good reason to do it, regardless of what our enemies are doing. So, yeah, we haven't set the precedent. This precedent's been there from the beginning of time. So,
all right.
For Russ, since Russ asked, that'd be like saying, when God told Israel to take the promised land, but the Canaanites, then they saw Israel do that and they're like, well, we want to take some stuff. Like, no, that's just how the world's always worked.
That's fair. That's fair. Let me see. Rage page question. Should, as in what's your opinion of? So William is sending in Rage Page's question. I think this could be for anyone. So, should third world countries be purchased and assimilated to first world standards?
Purchased and assimilated. Should countries, all third world countries? No, I don't think so. Now, maybe they could be, and it could be beneficial to both parties. It's all a case by case basis. Like, I don't think we should just start buying up all the third world countries. No, but if it's beneficial to us, they're in our hemisphere. Maybe we should do that. Because you got to look at it case by case.
Okay. Another one here comes from Avarice. Says, JS, how do you feel about your channel becoming a washout with the lack of urban adventures?
Shut up. Shut up, Avarice.
That's funny. But I don't know what's going on with Vibe, so I think we might have to just move into the open panel if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, did more people send super chats for questions?
Yeah, we can go through the super chats and then move into open panel, I guess. So first we got MMA fighter just becoming a YouTube member. Shout out to you. All right. Absolute legend. I always wonder, because I swear this happened yesterday. I'm wondering if sometimes the ones from the day before will pop in the next day's thing. Swear this happened yesterday. I don't know. But thank you very much, MMA, for your support. Uncle Tiger Sneezes for $10 says, is Trump justified? Of course. It's originally known as the Monroe Doctrine. Now we shall call it the Donroe Doctrine.
Yes. Yep.
I like it. $5 from Pharma Cat, just to show support. Thank you very much, Cat. Appreciate that big time. Coming in from your side, JS, $20 just for support. Joseph Newton. Shout out to Joseph.
Shout out Joseph Newton. I've never even seen you on my channel before, but I appreciate it.
To Vibe, do other world powers seek approval from America to act on what they believe to be in their best interest? It's a good question.
I would say not all of them, but a lot of them do, because again, we're the top dog. But like maybe in Asia, they look to China to decide what's in their best interest. So on that side of the world, they're going to be looking to Russia and China before they move on something. Over here, we look to America. I mean, the whole world looks to America, and so I don't know, but yeah, maybe that's more for Vibe. So I'm just throwing.
Yeah. $10 from Hawaiian CC. Love to speak easy and the fam. Love to you, Hawaiian. Thank you very much for the $10. Absolute legend. $5 comes in from Avarice. Says, speak easy. Now that we have time, let's review JS channel and his lack of urban adventures.
Speaking of channels, Vibe invited me to his uncomfortable Bible study. He invited me to be on it before it ever started, and I was like, yeah, I'd really like to, but with my work schedule, it just wouldn't work. But I've watched a few episodes, and it's a good show. It's pretty interesting. There's a lot of characters on there that I don't like. Maybe I don't not like them as a person, but I disagree with their opinion. So it does get uncomfortable. I like disagree with a lot of what people are saying. I wish I was on there. But and then for my Bible study, I always say I'm not a preacher. I'm not a teacher. It's not even about doing a Bible study. I'm not trying to teach nobody nothing. I'm trying to read the Bible and learn. And so that's what it's about. But and yes, I don't do as many urban adventures as I used to.
If you're a member at JS's, though, you can go and see all the old urban adventures, okay?
Yeah. I went to freaking both the No Kings protests. I got spit in my face. I was right around the corner when dude got shot and killed. I've been doing some urban adventuring. I went to Nashville and I made a video about DebateCon. So
this is true. Jeremy sends in a question and says, if Trump is playing a game that he owns and sets the rules for, is there a point where he can go too far prior to some other nation coming in and taking the game from him?
I mean, well, I would say it basically comes down to democracy. It comes down to the people. If he does something and the whole world says, whoa, that was wrong, then we go to world war and they come in. And if he did something like that, then I would not stand by him. I'd be like, that was wrong. But this one, I see it as justified.
That's what's up. That's what's up. All right. Well, I guess that's gonna have to wrap up our Q&A for tonight. Okay. First off, thank you to everyone in the chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. All right. It's what helps me keep bringing the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week to you guys. I appreciate every single one of you for it. Okay. And of course, huge thank you to the debaters for stepping into the arena tonight, sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. What we're going to do next here, we're going to roll the debate outro and song video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join. Anyone is welcome, but just come ready to debate and question. And if you're going to try and come to spurg or troll over everyone, bring personal drama, this is just going to get you muted and probably booted real quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both the debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and we'll see you all in a few minutes.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back.
Lack of urban adventures.
You know what it is? It's because I work nights, and so on the weekends I stay up all night. I don't change my sleep schedule for the weekends because that would be crazy to try to switch from sleeping at night and sleeping. I sleep in the day.
And what, you got mugged for your GoPro?
So what kind of urban adventure am I going to go on at night on a Friday and Saturday? I'm going to the club.
Taco
truck urban adventure.
Taco truck urban adventure. Yeah, motherfucker. What now?
Yeah, he wants to see you walk around at night and get mugged.
It's Salt Lake City. It's
Someone
boring.
come steal your camera.
To the taco truck. And if you're in Salt Lake City, you can do that while cross country skiing.
If I had the pool, if I could go into a club and get them to play HH, maybe I could go super viral.
Maybe you could walk with one of those speaker shirts playing HH.
Oh God.
Yeah. Now what? You're just all cope.
Stupid.
We got Dan. I seen you said you were. I think you had some pushback for JS's stance.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. We can hear you. Your video's laggy,
Can you
but
hear
we can
me?
hear you.
Well,
Yeah, we hear you good. Yeah, the video's a little laggy, but the audio's fine.
I'll turn off the video, but before I do that, I just want to show this real quickly. I don't know if you can see it.
Pasaporte. Oh, you're Venezuelan. Interesting. Okay, I want to
Hey,
hear what this.
So
okay.
I can establish my.
It's
I'm Venezuelan,
anecdotal
and I'm
evidence.
both.
No, it's not. That's not. It's not anecdotal. It's
No,
ethos. So he
No,
has.
no, but
no,
he's
this is
about
gonna
ready
go
to. He's about ready to
far.
tell you something anecdotal. Here we go.
Well, no, I'm interested to hear from because
No, I'm gonna establish this in a very simple sense. United States has no right whatsoever to come over here and tell us how to conduct our businesses.
Who said so?
And the situation of Venezuela with Maduro, we're saying so. We've said so this for the past 200 and almost 50 years.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like you said, we don't have the right.
But obviously,
but
United
oh, wait,
States with
I just have a
this.
question. You said we don't have the right. Hold on, I just want to question. Just want to start that first one before we start filibustering here. All right. We don't have the right. You said to go down to Venezuela. Who said so?
Okay, so let's start here. Why do you have the right? What makes it
Because
right for you
I didn't say.
to
Well,
intervene
hold on.
into other sovereign
No,
nations?
well, hold on. There's no right or wrong here. What you were just talking about is, do we have the right to come down there? Like, can we? And that means, we did, right? And then by what means of force? That's the means we used. So, what of it?
Okay, so you agree? Would you agree then that Hitler had all the right to do the actions they did that led to World War II?
Well, I mean,
Because
Hitler
in
did. Hold on.
comparison, that's exactly what you're justifying.
Well, hold on. No. Hold on. Hitler did what he did, and then the force came in and knocked his socks off.
Hitler was
Did
also
Hitler have the same?
Hitler
So
was
you're
conquering
justifying
those
that
people.
Hold on.
the
No. But did Hitler get defeated? Yes or no?
Not for what he was doing though.
Okay.
after World War II, where millions of
Did he get defeated? Yes or
people
no?
died.
Yeah, he was going
Pretty
into
much the whole world
countries,
had to
moving.
go in there and fight a freaking ace war where even your soldiers died.
Okay. So at the time,
So
hold
what you're
on.
saying is that at the end,
This
your
is ad
point would be that
Hitlerium.
the United States will get defeated if it continues on this
look
course
at
of action.
again. I'm not saying that what we're doing has some moral high ground. All I'm saying is what says that we're not allowed to go down there. Like what says that?
Maybe I can just clear something out,
One,
gap a bridge
the
here. I
agreements
think
we've
Dan is
agreed
saying. I think he's
first.
saying it's not right.
First,
Not you don't have the rights, like as in like human rights. I think he's saying
can I?
it's
What I'm
not
saying,
right.
he's saying it's not okay. Like it's not.
No.
It's
Hold
not
on.
good.
Hold on.
Not
Can I
good,
speak for
right?
myself real
Yeah,
quickly?
yeah. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Before
Go
you
ahead. I was just
continue to
trying to gap a
filibuster?
bridge here. Go ahead.
Can I answer this real quickly?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, sure. One, avarice. Matter of fact, is the historical context where we're speaking on that enables us to understand one simple thing. You guys did the revolution, you did self-independence, you started kicking out the British, then everything blew up in Latin America and Caribbean, and now you're acting exactly like those you fought in your history fought against because you want to say we rule the world, we're the kings. Is that how we should understand these actions of United States for the rest of the world? That no matter if we are seeking the pursuit of our own freedom and liberty and our own sovereignty.
Yeah, I think we had the right to capture Maduro. What gave
should we
what gave
understand that the
Maduro?
last 80 years post World War II and everything that we have done effort?
First off, let's look at this. Let's look at what you're going off something. We didn't take your land. We didn't conquer anything, right? We stopped someone who was abusing our nation. All right.
Yeah,
just so we're
what
clear.
gave Maduro the right to release prisoners and send them over to America in
Yeah.
caravans and to send
again
tons and tons of drugs into
yeah,
our country?
I want to be very clear. We didn't. We're not.
What gave him the right to kill our
Hold on,
people?
JS, hold on. We're not taking your land. We're not claiming it with an American flag and calling it the next Greenland. What we're doing right now is simply stopping a flood of drugs coming into America and creating toxic environments for our children and our children's children. And we are starting at the head of the snake. What is
And
wrong with that?
stopping China and Russia from building weapons in our backyard.
Let's not let. Okay, so first you avoided the question in regards to what I was asking. So let me put it this way.
Okay, so let's go back to the question.
It is the hypocrisy.
So what gives America the right?
No, hold on.
Oh,
Hold-
what gives
hold-
America
hold
the
on.
right?
Now that you mentioned drugs,
Sure.
and you did this. Hold on. Now that
All
you
I did was
mentioned
say sure.
drugs, I'm gonna tie this on this whole thing. And
Sure.
I mentioned three
you
things.
chose the worst person to mention the issues of drugs in that sense. So
Sure.
first,
Sure.
let me put this in a very simple sense. The war on drugs is a fraud initiated by the Nixon administration, continued for the last 66 years, dependent on the United Nations. The United States used the United Nations through three international
can you-
accords that
okay, stop,
established
stop,
the whole one
All right,
rule,
let's
one
stop there.
policy fits all. So let's not lie and sit down here. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Go 1 second. I'm going to try to go as fast as I
Okay,
can.
Menard, let's keep
English
going.
is my
then.
second language. I could do this faster
Yeah,
in
me
Spanish.
too. Hey, me too. You
Okay.
want me to do it now? You will?
So, in this sense, the example of the drug war takes us to this whole more in-depth conversation where this attitude of Monroe Doctrine and the Destiny Manifest shows us that there's a double standard from United States to the rest of the world, where in one hand, democracy and the civil rights and blah, 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 but your actions counter that and shows to us that you want to act as the king of the world. So the rest of us in the world is going to say, why?
Okay.
Hell
again,
no.
I don't know what that has to do with the
We
beginning.
don't want
So,
kings.
Question: have you been to America?
I think he lives in America.
I'm-
See, it's what-
I lived.
This is important. Have you been to America?
Okay, hold on. Average America for us is not just United States. America is from Alaska down to Tierra del Fuego past Caribbean, and your own president admits that.
so
Your
let's-
actions
let's
are
stop.
accepting
That's North
that America
America.
is not.
Okay.
Oh my god!
You
I
know,
had this
Okay,
argument with my
let me be
ex
very clear.
before.
Have you been to the United States of America?
And I lived in D.C., Los Angeles, Texas, in the United States.
Perfect. Thank
And
you.
I
Okay,
also
hold on,
traveled
hold
from
on, good.
Alaska
Is it
down
yes or
to
no? Okay,
Tierra del
good.
Fuego.
And now, hold on. Good. Stop. Good. I'm
Yes.
Alaskan, so I'm mean you've been to my home state. Thank you very much for visiting. I hope you've seen the Northern Lights. Next
been all
question.
over
Have
this
you been to
continent.
L.A., Chicago between 2023 to 2025? Yes, between 2023 and 2025, you've been to a major city.
Between 17 and 21, I have visited Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Milwaukee.
Now, have you been around and
in
seen all
a
these
series of
fent-
tours we were doing
Okay,
in
have
regards
you walked
of
around? Have you walked around and seen all these people we call fent bent, just sitting there, standing, swaying, one spot, over and
not
over?
only have I seen them, but I also worked.
Yeah. So
I have worked for the past 25
Good.
years in regards
So,
to drug policy
when
reform.
you tell me,
I also worked
good.
in
So,
attention
when you
with
tell so
problematic
when you tell
drug
me
users.
that the war on drug is false, and I look around and I see fent bent people on the streets, I say you're lying.
Yeah, I think the
Alright.
war on drugs was very beneficial.
No,
Um,
I didn't say false. I said a fraud.
It's
The
not a
war on
fraud,
drugs
though.
is a
There's
fraud.
people. There's
It's
people. There's
a
people fent bent in the middle
application
of
of
the
the
streets.
18th Amendment to the whole rest of the world.
Now,
Look,
again, me
your
as an
drug war
American, let
that
me
you
be very
initiated
clear.
with Nixon is
hold
a
on,
failure.
let me be very
It
clear.
failed.
Me as an American, and
No,
me
it
as a
hasn't.
very avaricious person. I don't give a shit about the rest of the world. I only give a shit about America. All right, just to be
So,
clear.
Dan is saying that the drug, the war on drugs failed, and you said no, JS. Did you want to like say why you don't think it has failed, and then maybe Dan can say why he thinks it has?
Per capita rates of addiction have gone down. We lock up drug smugglers. During Prohibition, we went after the mafia. This is like a talking point for like libertarians who want to legalize drugs and stuff. They say the drug war failed. There were a lot of benefits to the drug war. I don't have all my notes on that prepared in front of me, but I've done that debate before about drugs. Like,
Yeah.
it was one thing I know, it's drugs, and I think there's been a lot of benefits to the war on drugs.
Oh, you know drugs, all right, JS.
Yeah.
So
I think they're a problem, and
if there are such benefits, why has the drug war lasted for over 65, 66 years? Why is it into today? Your own DEA admits
because
that
it's not a war.
until last year, you've had a continuous movement of drugs into your country. Why aren't
It's not that. It's not that type of war.
as strong as he's being on the outside?
No, it's a war
Look,
that never
I know
ends.
that. The point being here is that there's
It's like the war on
absolutely
terrorism.
no benefits whatsoever to the war on
What do you think
drugs.
we just
It
win?
has cost
Well,
your
yeah,
country
hold on.
What do you think
at
we just
least
win the war on
$3
drugs?
trillion.
Hold on, I have benefits for this. All right, the benefits.
What is the objective of fighting drugs?
Yeah. Well,
To
hold on.
keep drugs out of our country and to keep our people off drugs and to arrest drug
Let's get back
dealers.
to topic.
No, he
Let's
asked
talk
me
about
a question.
Well, I got it, but let's get back to the topic. The Venezuelan
And why it has
guy, right? Let's get back on topic. The
He
benefits of
said, "When is
capturing
the
the
war
president-
on drugs? When are we going to win the war on drugs?" It's not that kind of war. It's going to be an endless war to keep the drugs out of our country and to lock up drug sellers and to lock up drug users. And it's like the war on terrorism. It's never going to end unless all the terrorists stop terrorizing.
So you are admitting a complete and utter defeat against the drugs, and drugs has beating the number one world in the country, because you'll never stop drug consumption in your country, like you never stop liquor consumption inside your own country, like it clearly showed during the 20s.
So should we just legalize
those 13 years, the complete and utter failure of the 18th Amendment?
Should we just legalize all the drugs?
Yes, a process of dealing with the issues of drugs is a clear approach of legalizing and moving the problem of drugs from a criminal justice system to.
How'd that work out for Portland when they tried it?
To a public health one.
Yeah, the overdose rate increased by 500%. Crimes of indulgence ramped up, theft, GTA, burglary. People were dying when we tried legalizing drugs in America. Maybe it works in Portugal for a little while, but America's different.
Portland
decriminalized.
Portland did not legalize all drugs. A decriminalization is not a legalization. The system of prohibition was still remaining on a federal level. So the projects of decriminalization in one particular state had its issues because you still had the pressure of the federal state.
This is you not understanding.
So at this point,
you're not understanding our global politics. No, this is you not understanding global politics. Just because it was federally banned doesn't mean.
I understand it very well.
Okay, then how is it the state gets away with selling these drugs then over the market when it's federally banned? Like marijuana is still illegal federally, and yet you could buy it right over the counter. How is that possible, Dan Dizito?
Okay, so are you a U.S. citizen in favor of state rights? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that the legalization of cannabis or marijuana through the referendum in the states, that their own people decided to change the status of marijuana.
Mo?
But
you guys are being way too soft.
Therefore,
problem-
those
Dude,
state rights
he-
and
I
those
can
decisions
barely
in
hear-
those
I can
state
barely
rights
hear this
are
guy. He's cutting
contrary
out.
and they should not be continuing.
Yeah, the problems with states' rights and drug
It's like listening
legalization
to a
in
guy talk
America
through a
is
tin
that
can.
Yeah,
we have the freedom to just travel in between states without passports. So this may work in like Europe if one small country wants to try drug legalization because they have borders and they have border
This isn't even
checkpoints and
about
things
drugs.
like
It's
that.
about Venezuela.
But-
You're letting him just move the goalposts.
I know,
Drugs.
I do want to go back to Venezuela. I
Well,
wanted to
hold on,
ask-
hold on. I just want to interject real quick. Dan, you brought this up again, rights. You brought this up about rights, right? You asked the question, what gives us the right to go in there? Okay, so I'll make this very simple. This is very, very simple. Rights, they don't fucking exist, okay? The only thing that exists is force to enforce those rights, okay? So it's a social fucking construct, okay? And what makes who gives the rights? The guy with the biggest fucking stick. And guess who that is? That's the United States of America, baby. So maybe this commie, Marxist, socialist, dictator asshole should have been on X talking shit, saying, "Come and get me, come and get me," because we would have his ass faster than we get an Amazon order to our front door. But don't worry, we're benevolent. We're gonna let you keep some of the oil. We're gonna take most of it, but we're gonna let you keep
We didn't
some of it.
even
We're gonna
kill him.
we're gonna improve your areas, and to boot, we got rid of a dictator. You're fucking welcome.
And we
So that's
him
what
a
gave us the
great-
right.
We gave him an amazing photo shoot.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on, hold on.
If rights
Hold
don't
on.
exist,
I don't have a
if
hold on. I don't
rights
have a lot
don't
of time. I
exist,
want to
your
All right,
civil
go ahead, address that.
your civil rights are bullshit. You do not stand for your constitution. Then
civil
The
rights.
force,
Only your own
the
rights
force exists to what? Okay, who enforce what
You don't care
this
about the civil
right?
rights in
No,
your
no,
own
no.
country.
This whole right thing, right? What happens if someone trespasses on those rights? A force is going to come and correct it, right? So that's the only thing that actually exists. So you come over here talking about rights, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You stepped on our right. Maduro stepped on Americans' rights
a
when he
due
was
process in
leaving.
a legal system, which is not
But-
a force.
Due
And
process
what-
doesn't-
social
hold on,
what-
hold on, hold on. Due
how is
process
the legal
doesn't
system
exist.
upheld?
Guys,
by
one at a
force?
time,
Wait,
right?
hold on.
One at a
Due
time.
Due process doesn't exist in international law.
Colonization.
What, no. You're saying, oh, wait, you want due process? That doesn't even exist in Venezuela. What the fuck are you talking about? Due process.
So tired of hearing about due
What
process.
do you mean you get due process? What gives you due process? He's not even American. Tell me, what gives him the right to have due process? The non-American. I'll wait.
He is getting a trial too, by the way.
Yeah, he's getting due
Hold on.
process.
Sure,
Yeah.
Because we are
hold on.
benevolent.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on.
No.
A trial.
We're back to
Anybody
an
can have a
could've-
trial.
Guys, you got to give him time to answer. There's
Whereas-
there's
I'm
five of
fine.
you and one of him.
I'm attacking Tiger. Tiger, anybody can have a trial, right? Due process means orderly fashion, right? It means we can't hold them for a certain amount of time. It means we can't do any of this shit. We can do whatever we want and decide to have a trial whenever the fuck we want to. Because
Agreed.
due process does not exist for this man. All right?
Agreed.
Due process exists for Mo. Due process doesn't even exist for the fucking moderator. He's a Canadian.
But hold on,
no,
I want
no
to
argument here.
Dan, I want to ask you, who do you
No,
think?
he's an honorary
Motherfucker,
U.S.
I'm
citizen.
I'm a
Okay.
citizen as well in America.
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
That
Hold on,
to
hold
the
on.
world, and you made that commitment to the world.
We're claiming
Just
it.
for
We
that-
can't have it.
Process.
Just for that, I'm gonna vote for Kamala next.
So,
No!
so again,
Oh,
at this point, the profession of this, no.
We lost.
So
Dan,
at
Dan,
the
I want to
end,
ask you.
what average and everybody that supports this type of thing, and with this, I do want to look at the end. What Avarice is defending is a world of disorder and a world where, yes, the mighty and the strong come out and do whatever they want, and us the weak we suffer. But then us
That
the
is
weak
order.
turn around and start finding ways, like for example. When the weak tumbled the
Order
or
requires a
when
hierarchy,
we
so
start
that is
creating
order.
forms of resistance against your this perceived kingdom of the United States that wants to rule over the world.
Perceived?
So rebellion will be justified, attacks towards that kingdom will be justified, and destruction towards that empire will be justified.
Do you see us taking over the whole world?
Yeah, we just want to defend our hemisphere.
I
That's,
don't.
that's it.
We're protecting our
We're not your
people and
hemisphere.
defending
You're
our
just a
hemisphere.
country. in this weapons.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Why? Let me ask you look at it from our point of view. Why should we allow something so very close to us where Russia and China could potentially have a foothold there? Why should we allow that to develop for our security reasons?
I don't know, but I've been trying to ask Dan a question for a minute, and we're getting farther away from what he
Why
said.
should Russia and China? Why should Russia and China accept the same thing?
Because it's not in
At the end,
not in the Western
what you're
Hemisphere. It's in our
saying
by
is
the Monroe
that
Doctrine. We have the
our
right
might
to
and
defend
our
our
sense
area.
of security should be superior than that of China or Russia. But at the same time, China and Russia can ask you exactly the same question: why should we permit?
No.
the
I'm asking
influence of the
you.
United
Let's
States near
pretend
our borders?
just work within the hypothetical. You're a U.S. citizen, right? Let's say you are a U.S. citizen. Why should you not care about China and Russia having a foothold so very close to the U.S.? Let's pretend you're free and you're you're living with us and you're eating burgers and everything.
Once again, that's what you're suggesting. That's not a hypothetical. That's exactly the excuse that
Can you answer the
sustained
question?
Cold War. But at the same time, your
Can I answer the
hypothetical
question?
works
Okay.
in reverse. It works for somebody in China or it's to say exactly the same thing.
Your
Your
argument works.
I'm saying
Your argument works in reverse.
Yeah.
your
Okay.
hypothetical
Okay. No. I'll go with your version. I'll grant that. No. I'll grant that. I'll grant that. We'll go with that. Let's say there's an area in China.
Why limit it only to
and-
the United States?
Hold on. Let me finish. Let's reverse
Why
it.
does China have the right to put
let's-
military
hold on.
weapons in our backyard?
But let's go with his. He wants to flip it. Fine. Let's say China had, over there. Let's say there's an island over there, and we started to encroach on that area close to them. Would China not have an interest in saying, no, you can't develop something here. You can't come in here. Wouldn't they be in the right to say that as well?
Isn't this the position we've been since the Cold War? Isn't this what we've been going back and forth?
Before the Cold War, we were doing
Isn't
coups
this the
and
justification of the Cold War?
before the
and
Cold
that
War,
it
we were
ended
doing coups
with
and
the,
regime changes
because of their
all
own
over
shit?
Latin America for bananas.
Tasty bananas too.
Those are some
I
good
know.
bananas.
And canals.
I know. And
It was beneficial
after the war.
It was beneficial to everybody. But
And-
hold on.
Remember,
And
we
it got
got
aggravated after the war.
I only got
we
like
built an entire
20 minutes.
train. We built an entire train system. and
Hold up.
that-
JS doesn't have much time left. Let him get off what he wants to.
It's 'cause
We're
he's
getting
homeless, he's about to
we're
lose
getting
internet.
shut up. We're getting really far from something he said in the beginning about 250 years of Venezuelans' independence. Who do you think was the best president that Venezuela ever had? Dan. Okay, well, dead air, but
Venezuela. I think he's larger.
Dan, I think that most Venezuelans, including Chavez, would agree that the most acclaimed and the best president from Venezuela's independence in 1810 was Juan Vincent Gomez. Juan Vincent Gomez, Chavez said the only reason he was so successful was because he worked with American imperialism over the oil. So Juan Vincent Gomez was very prosperous in Venezuela. The people were loving life, and he was cordial, and he was working with America.
That we
Juan Vincent
toppled
Gomez was
down.
not a dictator. No, Perez was a dictator who you toppled, but Vincent Gomez was not a dictator.
while making
After
rich, and that's why we talk.
after Perez Jimenez, who was a dictator, not a communist dictator, but a dictator,
Down.
after they took him out of power, it led to the Venezuelan golden years, which is where everybody was prospering because you were working with America.
Our history. You don't know our history.
It
you
seems
just
like
went and Googled the name of Juan Vicente Gomez.
Well, no, I did
try to
research.
make a point, and you didn't even know why we
No,
took him down.
No, I did research, and so I read things. Okay, and then I asked you a question, and you didn't have an answer. You sat there quietly. So, But Hugo Chavez said the only reason that Gomez was successful was because he worked with America.
History.
He
Not
didn't
only
work
that,
with America,
just recently, my
and
uncle,
his country
one of the
started
last,
eating rats.
uncles I have, who's 98, who was born on that.
Okay.
No, Venezuelans do not see Juan Vicente
My dad
Gomez
was
as
born
the
on
best
that day, and he
president
said the opposite.
of Venezuela. They see him as a divisive figure who was a dictator at that time, and that we had to topple down.
Gomez wasn't a dictator.
And then after the fall of Juan Vicente Gomez, we had a period of 30 years where we reestablished the Fourth Republic, and then came in Perez Jimenez. And
yeah, 47, you had your first election, your first free and fair election. Perez comes into power. Perez is a dictator. This leads to the Punto Fijo agreement. And that's where they say, we're not going to let these commies and these dictators come into power anymore, but we're going to have fair elections. We're going to respect the results of the elections. And this leads to the Venezuelan golden years when you're dealing with America and working with America for your oil production and distribution. And this is a good thing. And everybody prospers and everybody benefits. It's not until El Caracazo.
What years was this?
It was the golden years are 58 to 70.
50. No, Caracazo was actually on the 84, 85. 89, I'm sorry. Caracazo's was 99. Perez Jimenez was on the 50s. Right at the end of the war,
right.
Perez Jimenez was doing
52.
his coup. And right at the end of the war, throughout Latin America, where you had 52. It went from 52 to 58. And not only that, but we see the tendency happening throughout Latin America, where from the end of the war, or even a bit prior to the end of the war, you had a whole series of political upheavals where pro-fascist started coup coups and taking power. You had the examples of República Dominicana, eventually afterwards Cuba, which was in the 50s also.
Okay.
You have the example.
But my point is,
Nicaragua.
My point is, when Venezuela has a non-communist leader who works with America, everybody benefits.
At turn of the century, pre-World War I, were Juan Vicente Gomez. So at this. The fact that we have been
address my point. My point is under Gomez when
it had benefited us in that were happening, and this happens with dictators. Is that
you're cutting in and out a little bit there?
While they're making themselves rich, they also put some. I'm not talking about between 11900.
We were also making Venezuelans richer.
And in 11930s, that period where you saw a development of
you're roboting.
The argument falls on its head on a actual in-depth historical review. Vicente Gomez was not the best president, and is not considered the best president as such.
So who is? You like Maduro? You like Chavez? You like Jimenez? Who do you or Perez? Which one?
None. I don't like none.
None.
Dude,
well, anyway, my point is,
I was in '92 in Caracas when Hugo Chavez tried his second attempt at the coup. Have you ever lived through
while he was in prison?
Military political coup?
So,
have you ever lived through that? No.
Yeah, I lived through one with Joe Biden.
There was
and
2 attempts
President
at
Trump
Chavez
in 2020.
He tried 2 coups. One was on.
Yeah, I saw a successful one happen in 2020.
And then
in
on
America.
92, and I was there.
And it led to America getting fucked up for 4 years. So are you proving my point?
The past 26 years has been one because I know
you're making my
how
point.
Venezuela
Chavez did
itself. I know
Chavez
how
did 2 coup attempts.
I'm pretty sure Dan is just talking to himself at this point.
I don't know if he hears us.
I'll be honest. The guy to the right of me, I thought that was Trench
Chavez
when he first
did
came in here,
two,
but then he
coup
didn't spurg
attempts.
out, so then I knew it wasn't him immediately.
I know
Dude,
Chavez
that's
did
how I
2
knew
coup
Tiger
attempts.
wasn't Trench. I thought Trench was going undercover.
Wait, what? Are you talking about me? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of look like Trench in
You
certain
look like
angles.
Trench, but if you got really close
Look,
up to your
the
camera
point
like
being
this,
here
you'd look just like Trench.
Oh well, he must be a very handsome guy then. I don't know who he is, but he must be very handsome.
Dan, I know Chavez did 2 coup attempts.
point being
He
here,
did-
and I want to make it
He did
very
one from
simple.
prison. He was in prison while he did one of those coup attempts. And then when he got out of prison, he laid back on his
that
anti-capitalist,
we've been living
communist
on the last 80
rhetoric.
years, including United States push for this.
I don't know if he can hear any
even
of
though
us.
afterwards,
I think
Maybe
he's
he
just
is from
talking to
Venezuela.
himself.
look,
Talking
let me
to
make the
himself.
Or
point
maybe he's
real
delayed
simple.
a little bit.
I can
That
hear
could
you.
be
Can you
what's
hear me?
going on.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No. Can you hear me? Because I've been.
Oh,
having
yeah,
connection
we hear
problems all this
you.
time.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. JS was trying to respond to you.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
I can
know.
hear you a little bit cut off, but I can hear you. I don't know. It's a problem with StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you might be having a
I
little bit
heard
of a
him.
delay.
Nobody else is having the issue.
Yeah, it's a
And there's
StreamYard
a
problem. already.
delay.
Well, Dan, listen. Here's a little bit of hope for you. Okay,
I've been
gonna
trying
tell
to
you
fix this.
I'm gonna tell you a
StreamYard
little
shit.
something
I don't know why
about.
it's,
I'm
doing
gonna
that.
throw
I
this little
have
factoid
an
at you.
excellent-
So Venezuela and Canada both actually have very heavy crude oil. Okay, and one of the reasons why Canada is can only really sell to the U.S. Both for geographical reasons, but the other reason is that the U.S. has the best refinement for oil. So Venezuela is actually going to get more out of their oil
Yeah.
by simply letting the
Sorry,
U.S.
sorry,
take
I'm
over.
hearing you
Okay,
completely cut off.
and what that's
I'm
going to do
hearing
is going to
every
enrich your
3
country,
words.
and you'll be able to get better Wi-Fi. So this is great. So you just have to like hold on, and things are going to get a whole lot better over there because you're going to get.
We're gonna get you
Starlink, baby.
Starlink. We're gonna
Yeah,
get you
we'll
We'll get you
Starlink.
a
Starlink.
Starbucks.
The
Yeah.
problem is not my Wi-Fi. The problem is StreamYard.
Fucking nailed
But what you need to do this time
the
is you
problem
need
is
to
not
diversify.
The problem is
The problem
you.
is not my Wi-Fi. The
better.
problem is
The problem is
StreamYard.
your
I've been having
Wi-Fi.
problems with the page.
It's you.
Nobody else is having problems with the StreamYard.
No, nobody.
Yeah, and we're all on cameras, as you can clearly see.
Well, dogs is
No, that's what he actually looks like.
What are you talking
that's,
about?
that's him.
Yeah,
I-
That's him.
Yes.
Look at
Yeah,
that
there you
glorious
go.
crown.
That's-
Before I,
I like that.
because of these technical issues, before I just want to put one thing on the ground.
It's not too far off, I
With
swear.
StreamYard, it started about a couple months ago. Every other
Look,
web
I'm
they can
just hearing a
connect with
whole lot of cope, Dan.
It's just this particular page. I don't know what's up with this.
Yeah, just that particular page,
That's why I
and all the
haven't
porn
come
pages
much
you're loading
online.
too.
Anyhow.
You know, Chavez said Jesus was the greatest socialist.
Hey, if I look at your search history, am I going to find big booty Latinas?
Yeah, he does that anything. Well, that's the interesting part. In Latin America, communists are Christians. Communists
promise
are
we're-
conservatives.
Yeah, I know. There's the Christian
Communists are
social
more-
party. Yeah.
Inclined in social matters to the Republicans, the same rhetoric. So, I mean, that's the interesting part. That's what I have lived through.
That's
but,
because
well,
Chavez told your
connection
people that, and
has
they
not
believed
helped
it.
us on this sense. I wish I.
But
No,
anyway,
that's
the only
because I can
point I
bring
was
evidence
making
on the board. I mean,
when
unfortunately, on this sense, you know,
This internet is just fucking.
yeah, it's like behind Dan when Venezuela deals with America and is cordial with America, and we manage that oil, everybody benefits. As soon as somebody comes in who's anti-capitalist and communist and starts hating on America, people start eating rats.
There he goes.
And I don't want that for them, and you know, and I don't want them harming us. So
You know, what I do want is more urban adventures. Now, if we could schedule these on
Maybe I can go to
Saturdays,
Venezuela.
perhaps Sundays.
Yeah, why don't you go to Venezuela, JS? You could have an urban adventure over in Venezuela.
Now, how do you feel about these lack of urban
Yes,
adventures?
Given the topic, real quick, given the
Oh,
topic,
loud.
and oh, sorry. It happens when I first unmute. I don't know why it does that all the time. But given the topic and the because JS is known for UFC fight reviews, I figured this would be a good video.
Maduro versus Trump.
Oh, is that?
Look at that six pack. Dang.
I see the one.
Tim Jong-un's there.
Epstein's in the audience.
Joe Biden eating
Trump better knock him out.
Oh!
What if this is how we solve the world's problem? In the fucking ring, duel it out.
This is how the trial is going to be handled. Everybody's
That's
going
the
to think
way
a
I
trial is
see
just going to come out.
geopolitics.
People would be more reasonable. They'd be like, I might get my ass kicked. Shit.
It's like,
You know?
this guy black bagged
Trump
me and
won.
took me to New York just to have a UFC fight with me. What the fuck?
Did you see the one, Easy? Did you see the one where they're like sitting down at an interview with Trump and they ask him, they're like, so what do you about the oil with Venezuela? What's going on with the oil of Venezuela? And they edit in Tekashi 6ix9ine's where he's stole that shit.
I
Ninja.
stole that shit. What I do.
took it.
What I do? Yeah. The AI edits on that was hilarious.
Oh man, that's good.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
back
I have
on
some.
our
I have
topics.
some videos to edit, so I'm gonna bounce. But I just want to.
No, don't you bounce yet. I still got an exchange with you down there.
What do you got to exchange me? What did I do?
Yeah, hold on. We'll get there in a second. Hold on. This urban adventures here in Lacka.
You're pointing the wrong way.
First. No, I'm pointing the right way.
No, it's the other way.
You're not. It's backwards.
You're talking to Timu Trench over there.
Am I?
Hey, no, Trench is
Trench.
Timu me.
Listen,
okay.
Oh, there you go.
About,
Yeah, don't take
about
this shit.
these,
Good for
about
you.
this lack of urban
Right, you tell
adventures
him.
you have here. And all now, listen, because he's been on these lack of urban adventures, it just leads to a bunch of simps in his channel, right? And female feminists, right? So
Yeah, I see you over there waging war all the time.
I can't
Yeah,
help
we
it.
need
The
you
ladies
back.
like me.
we need you back on your urban adventures, so that we can get back in the gritty. You
I mean,
bastard.
fair point, right? The ladies making me. Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm working on it.
All right, now Mo, your lack of being back in the JS Discord is abysmal lately.
I've been
Abysmal.
busy. I've been busy.
Abysmal, sir.
I do see you in there, but I just never have time to really jump in there. I see you though.
Abysmal.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
1,800 hours in and you're barely here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, fix it,
I'll do
All
that.
right.
both of you.
Okay.
Fix it.
Well, now we
All right. Well, take you later, guys. It's been fun.
See ya.
Later.
No, shoot. I forgot I wasn't muted.
go magnet fishing in a sewer or something. I actually do have a magnet fishing set up. I could go down to the Jordan River and find a body or something. Anyway, I gotta head out, so I'm gonna say my my little parting words.
Yes, sir. Tell them all.
For this exit, I want to call out somebody. I want to call out first offender, first amender. You dodged this debate. Apparently, because you don't want to platform a pedo defender, even though every time I've talked about those topics, I've said, if we know this person was looking for underage girls, they should be hung. So I'll challenge you. If you don't want to platform me, that's fine. You don't have to stream. We can stream it. You don't have to platform me. But if you got something to say, come say it to me. I do panels. You can challenge me here. I'll debate you on anything. I think this would have been way more entertaining if it was me versus you. First amender. And that's some bullshit. So we could do whatever debate you want to do. We could do, I'm not a pedo defender. I don't defend pedos. Shocker. Why? Just because I defended Trump and you think Trump's a pedo protector? Then anybody who defends Trump, you're going to be debating a pedo defender or whatever you want to say. It's some bullshit. Don't be a little bitch. But I'm going to head out, guys. I got to go to work. JS Urban Adventures.
Lack of Urban Adventures.
JS Lack of Urban Adventures. And I stream on Monday nights, Friday nights, Saturday nights, and throughout the week in the morning randomly, but always Monday nights, Friday nights, Saturday nights. So, and then videos occasionally about urban adventures sometimes.
Soon to be JS Suburban Adventures.
JS Share Adventures, but that's it. I'm going to head out.
Always a pleasure having you. Thank you for coming on tonight. Great job.
Oh,
tonight.
yeah. And speaking about MMA fights, MMA comes back. It's been a 1-month break. Coming back to Paramount Plus this Saturday. 2 pay-per-views in a row, this Saturday and next Saturday. Stacked fight cards for 2 weeks straight. And we can all watch on Paramount Plus, so we're not all bootlegging it. And it's all like different timings and bugging out. So we're all going to be able to watch it. It's going to be cool. So.
Nice. That's what's
and in
up.
42 days, we could actually watch the real sport, which is F1, which is they're back on the grid in 42 days.
I don't know what about race cars, but anyway, God bless, guys. Have a good night. Let me figure out how to get out.
God bless.
See ya.
God bless, JS. Have a good one.
And I'll fall out the door next.
Have a good one. Thanks for coming up, Avarice.
Yep, you can catch me on Normal America. I'll see you tomorrow for the Rob event, right? With here on Speakeasy.
Yes,
sir.
Yeah.
So we'll be here tomorrow for Rob doing the
no word prep.
No word prep. So
that's gonna be awesome.
We'll see you then. Thank you again for having me up. Again, Avarice out.
God bless, Avarice.
God bless. Take care. So what does everyone think of how the debate went? What's
I thought it was a really good debate.
And what's your opinion on the topic?
So I'm kind of on the fence on the topic.
Wait, actually, sorry, I don't mean to. Before you do that, I forgot. I wanted to show you guys one more thing, and I forgot to bring it up. Let me bring it up first. It was it's another funny one. Like, who puts these things together? Tell me who the fuck is making these. Why is Jeffrey Epstein in every one of these? What's going on here?
Wait, is it right? You're right.
I watched one of these and they keep popping up in my feed now. That's how it works. Why'd they change what he looks like now all of a sudden? What?
Really closes range well.
That was a weak kick. You didn't even need to hit him hard. You see that? That was a pussy.
Christ is king.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Rev.
Oh, no problem. I really don't have a solid position on it. In one sense, Moderno did tell Trump, "Hey, come and get me." That's consent. Trump sent to Uber Black Ops. On the other hand, there's the issue with how does that look on the international scene? How is Russia going to react? How is China going to react? But we're locked between two oceans, so we got the first and second largest navy. So it's really not that much of a concern. But it could be a concern for some of our allies, like the Europeans and stuff, to have to deal with Russia or China invading. But yeah, it seems more like you guys ever play that game? What's it called? Risk, I think it is.
Yeah,
global domination. It kind of seems like that's what's going on right now. We're just shifting pieces on the board.
Well, that would be foreign affairs in general. That's just how international foreign affairs work. Like, there's always shifting pieces. That's just part of that whole system.
Yeah. And I definitely see a strategic value in Greenland as well, especially if China's already gunning for it. really don't want them that close. But then also it could benefit the people of Greenland. They have a very small population. They're all going to get a payout. But then also we're going to be doing space stuff there, so that's going to stimulate the local economy. They can open up shops for the astronauts, all that cool stuff. Yep. So it's kind of a win-win there. So hopefully Greenland, comes to the table and negotiates. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask Vibe, and Vibe left, and I wanted to ask Dan this too, but he also left, or his internet was too bad, or whatever. But I'm just wondering, like, okay, if the tables were completely turned, what would Venezuela do?
Right.
So
well, and that's where it gets back to that whole, like, I don't think that you could say it was wrong or right. This is kind of a neutral point. Like, because you're going to try to self-interest yourself as a country in general. All countries do it. That's just the thing. And we try to use as civil tactics as we can, but there's diplomacy that sometimes you use the tactics that you need to. But that's just the game that's played. Like you said, Rev, like risk. Oh yeah, sometimes you just stack the pieces and then you push right on through the line. Like it's a political world game, and that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And dude, you, as a civilization, you always want to think about yourself. Like, no offense to anybody, I mean, but you got to provide for yourself before you can provide for others. Like, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's responsible as well. But we also have to consider the mass illegal immigration that we have at our southern border. Putting up walls and putting armed soldiers on the border isn't really going to solve that humanitarian issue. And as good God-fearing people, we should also be willing to lend a hand to those people who are in need, not by opening our doors and letting them in and giving them money and stuff like that. No, we should go solve the problem, or at least help them solve the problem. And a lot of them are migrating north because of the cartels and because of the dictators that are down there running these countries into the ground and causing these people to suffer. So if we want to stop them from coming up here, then the best thing for us to do, and the responsible thing for us to do, is probably go down there and help them out with some of these issues.
Yeah, nobody supports like intervening in the Middle East or wherever, but in our own hemisphere, our own continent, we should intervene. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, because it just creates more problems for us. Imagine if we did the isolationist thing, right? We leave Latin America alone. Then you get one dictator down there, one of those really bent guys, like what we saw in Germany during World War II. We get one of those guys down there, and what do we do when he starts invading other countries and building a big empire down there? Do we challenge that early, or do we wait till he grows to the point to where we can't challenge it?
Right. Yeah, it's an indefensible position that, we shouldn't look after our own best interest as the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere. That's absurd. Every world power is going to do just that. Why shouldn't we be allowed to do it too? It seems like any other country can do this exact thing. Crickets, right? But America does it, and specifically Trump does it. Now that's a problem. And it's
well, look what Russia did in Georgia. I mean, they had that war going on forever. Nobody said anything over here about it. That was a really bloody proxy war there. But then there was the annexation of Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula, from Ukraine during the Obama administration. And nobody was really saying much about it then either. They wasn't flying Ukrainian flags in the streets and all that good stuff. So, I think it's just selective outrage based on what the media just wants to portray to us. To either sway our support in favor of or not in favor of something, to kind of help out the the agenda, I guess, of the current or past administrations.
It seems like there's not much of a debate going on here. It seems like we all kind of agree.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of, yeah, it naturally happened. I think you muted Easy. I saw you.
Yeah, I was muted. But yeah, I said pretty much, yeah.
I mean, yeah. We had people here and then people left, and sometimes this happens.
Yeah, I don't mind chatting. I'm just saying.
Hey, come on.
I don't want to ruin the
people.
quality of the show.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. It's all good. This is.
Yeah.
I already said earlier too that tonight was going to be a shorter after panel than normal, anyways, because I got some things I'm gonna do after. Take care of in the morning.
I'm trying to find a dispensationalist to debate, somebody who believes that pre-tribulation rapture. I think that'd be a fun one.
I'm not prepared for that, but
yes, I don't know how Easy got one of the 12 Venezuelans who are against this on the panel.
Yeah.
But let me also remind everybody in the chat of what's coming tomorrow. Okay, Knower Prep is a new show we're gonna be doing where Rob Noor is gonna be coming in completely blind, doesn't know who his opponent's gonna be, doesn't know the topic beforehand. The opponent's gonna be revealed the day of. So tomorrow, that's what's going to happen. The opponent's going to be revealed, and the opponent's going to have everything prepared, obviously, because they've already known everything ahead of time. So it's going to be a good test of the will. And let's play the little promo here, quick. 1 sec.
Who's that debater?
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Red actions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance breaks. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is no prep debate.
Fuck yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be a badass show. It's gonna be a badass show. And if anyone's interested in they want to debate Rob and take part in this show, let me know, because like I already have the first 2 lined up. I think I have a third. But yeah, if you're interested in this, let me know and we'll get something going.
Yeah, it should be really interesting. See Robin his natural environment, no prep, just taking it as it comes, I guess.
Yeah, it's basically like like Jeremy's saying in the chat here, the cards are all stacked in favor of the challenger, right? They get to know the topic, they get to prepare an opening statement where Rob's got to do his off the fly. All of that, right? So it's gonna be an interesting show.
And wasn't he like, if both agreed on the topic, you would take like a devil's advocate role.
Yeah, so if they end up both agreeing, what's going to happen is Rob's either going to take devil's advocate or find something within the agreement that they disagree on. You know how like say I'll give you a good example. It's like say like it was death penalty. And Rob's just like, oh, I agree. We should have the death penalty. Well, we could go to like, okay, well, what's a humane death penalty? Is the injection a humane death? What's the most humane death penalty? Then we could get that. You know what I mean? So we'll find something within the topic they agree on. I'm good at doing this. I do it on VK all the time anyway. So we'll figure it out.
Fact.
That should make it really interesting too.
Oh yeah. And like it's not only gonna be like super serious topics all the time. There'll be some like really dumb ones, like funny ones, you know, like a good example I could think of is like a gorilla versus 100 men. Who would win and why? You know what I mean? Like some stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? Just something for fun, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or a gorilla versus a tiger. Who would actually win? You know what I mean? Like or some shit like this.
Right. Sometimes it's got to be silly because it's kind of a silly, fun, badass concept at the same.
Yeah,
time.
just so like there's just some like real fun ones. I guess Rob had tried this before on someone else's show, and they were gonna like he wanted it to be a regular thing, but the person just I guess didn't have all the time and everything to set it up. But like when Rob pitched the idea, I was like, oh dude, if you and like he basically said I just take full control of it and make it happen. So I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll do that. I like this idea. It's a good idea. It's fucking I like it. So I'm gonna make it come to life.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so that's gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be good.
Should be some
I really liked Rob's debate with Wicked Wally on the horror movies. That was really good. So hopefully we can see some more debates.
Yeah, like shit like that, right? Exactly.
Culture debates.
Well, now I'm just curious, like, what's everybody's take on the gorilla versus 100 men thing? If we've got time for it.
100 men. I think the 100 men will win.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's gonna take like there's gonna be dudes that get hurt, probably dead too. Maybe at least like, if you all go at the same time, 100 guys go at the same time, we're gonna have at least like 4 dead guys. But we'd still win.
I'd say it depends on the rules of the fight. Are we just going based on what we have available to us naturally? For example,
even that. I'm talking bare hands. Yeah, I'm talking bare hands. Naked.
Bare hands. Yeah.
Naked men. 100 naked men versus a gorilla.
Well, even without like our ability to improvise weapons or whatever, no armor, blah blah. Even without that, like gorillas are, they're gonna get tired, right? One gorilla is gonna get tired pretty quick. He might take like 10 or 20 of us, right, at best, but he's gonna get tired at some point. There's more of us.
There's the other factor too.
Tactics and thought process of man versus the gorilla too.
Yep. We can organize.
Yeah, we can organize and we can say exactly what we're gonna do. Like, okay, you 4 are gonna go for the one arm. That's your job. The one arm. You 4 are going for the other arm. Like, this is the only thing you guys do. Okay, only thing you guys do. You just grab the fucking arms. Okay. Me and these guys are gonna grab the legs. You're gonna kick him in the dick. You're gonna poke his eye. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like we could plan ahead of time. We know weaknesses off just like realizing how fucking biology works. Yeah, I think we definitely win.
Yeah, and we can run plays like in real time. Gorilla can't understand what we're saying or what we're signaling, so we have that advantage as well.
Yeah. And we just fucking, we tell fucking Jimmy, little Jimmy, sorry, Jimmy, you're probably gonna be dead at the end of this. You're gonna be the distraction.
Throwing you right at the gorilla's face.
Yeah, you gotta just run up and start fist boxing him 1-on-1. You're gonna be the distraction. Shit. Yeah, I think for sure it'd be. But like you could have like I've heard like silverback gorilla versus a grizzly bear. What would win? Shit like this, And I see people get real hype with them too because they're fun.
People will get emotional about it, right? Yeah, I've seen that.
No, they both lose when the hunter comes around.
I think the grizzly bear wins, though. I think the grizzly would win.
Same.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree. Yeah.
The grizzly will probably get it. He's got the claw advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on like environment and other stuff, but just generally, I think it would be bloody. It would be close, but I think the grizzly would.
Oh, it'd be a fucking raw battle for sure. But I think the grizzly would get it. Yeah. Now, if you put a polar bear, the polar bear would fucking win any day. Polar bears are way,
yeah, polar bears are brutal,
more vicious.
Yep. Food scarcity makes them a very vicious animal to deal with.
Yeah, but have you guys heard of the growler bear?
Is that like the equivalent of a liger, like a grizzly and a polar?
Well, no, because this thing can still breed.
Okay.
So it's not the equivalent. They're not like two different breeds.
It's just like a natural thing.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. They wouldn't.
Yeah, like a polar bear and a grizzly bear can breed, and then those can have more breeding.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I actually haven't heard of that, but okay. Yeah.
Is that true though? Is that real?
Yes, they're real. Here, hold on. Let me show you one. Or some people call them prizzly bears. But prizzly bears sounds too posty.
That's what? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, prizzly sounds gay. Yeah, growler bear is way more appropriate.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That is a scary looking bear.
No, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Hey, you learn something every day. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, they're beasts.
Right? Oh shit.
Like okay,
because like if you look at it, what polar bears are just grizzlies that like eventually just stayed in the cold. You know what I mean? And like they adapted. Yeah.
To their environment. They're closely related and
like that's why like over time, because meat's the only thing available to them, they only eat meat, right? But the thing with the growler bears, right, is that they've got the viciousness and will attack everything of a polar bear, but they also eat berries and shit too. So like they just fucking mow everything.
Yeah, it's the ultimate bear.
Yeah. Big old bitch at the end of this. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Does the growler bear actually exist in the wild, or is that just like a thing we did in the zoo, or is this just like an AI thing? Or
no. So it's actually it's happened in both captivity and in the wild.
Okay.
Yeah. So like they've seen it where. Because they have them in captivity, right? But then they've found them in the wild as well.
Yeah, wow, it's crazy.
And it's because like the grizzly population, the grizzlies run shit, right? So like the males, right? They battle each other to carry on their seeds. Like if they find a female with cubs, they'll kill the cubs so the female can go into heat again and get her pregnant, right? So like what's happening is you have the male population growing and growing and growing, so they started moving to where the female bears are that don't have a bunch of male bears around, and it's in the cold. So they find the bears that are in the cold and go have babies with them.
Yeah, the male grizzlies find the female polars, and that's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to fucking run into that.
Yeah, those things are monsters. Yeah,
either side of the spectrum, and or that. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm glad I packed in the woods just in case, but I still, Woo.
Yeah, and like the ligers are like, the thing is, like, they're crazy looking. First off, they're huge, but they can't do nothing after, right? Like they can't carry that thing on.
They can't actually.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, imagine, okay, new debate, liger versus growler bear, but then isn't it the case that the ligers are like, they're so big that they don't possess the same, like,
I'm pretty sure they have a lot of different. Yeah, they have a lot of different problems. Their hips are all fucked up.
They're not actually like an apex predator. They just they don't have the same abilities.
It's like what happens. They're like what happens to humans with incest, basically. That's what ligers. That's what's going on there.
I will say, a big ass cat versus your standard grizzly bear, that would be an intense fight. But I'd still
I've talked.
Like
we've had
actual,
talks about
like,
tigers
bag.
versus like grizzlies, and like
like
a Siberian tiger versus a grizzly bear.
I
But
think
that'd be like a Kodiak grizzly. You know what I mean?
I think if the tiger got the jump on the grizzly, like the tiger was able to like ambush the grizzly, I think it would win. But if it was like they're both just in a cage, right, that the grizzly would probably win there.
I think so too. I think the tiger would have to get like the jump, like the out of nowhere on the bear, because like, and like when you watch bears fight each other, it's insane, dude. Like they punch, they body slam each other. Their claws are huge.
They're like
there's a couple you can go watch on YouTube, and like furs are flying everywhere. They're fucking pushing up on each other, and they're just big monsters, dude. I love them. They're fucking great,
and they hardly even feel it. Their skin is so thick, it's like. Right? They don't even feel it. It's like they're armored. They're the perfect.
It's like they're armored. It's true though.
See, but the cat could be slinky. So it'd be an interesting fight. You know, the cat would be like, phew, phew, dodge, swipe, and it has giant ass claws too. So it'd be a brutal battle. But I think the bear would probably win over. But,
you know what's a crazy animal? Honey badgers.
Yeah, they're little demons.
Yeah, and they first off, it's like hard to hurt them because like their skin is so loose, right? That like when animals try and biting on them, like they don't feel it. They're just getting a mouthful of skin, and like they don't feel it, and they can move all types of ways. They have these long fucking fangs. They're mean. They'll fight any animal too. Like they don't care. They'll fight. I've seen videos of honey badgers making lions back up from a dead animal so they can grab a piece of it and run away. It's so fucking insane. Like
they're so small but so tough. Yeah.
It's crazy. And like there's plenty of them. Like lions, literally, it's like lions fear them. Like they're just like, what the fuck is this little thing?
I think I saw a video of a honey badger trying to fight an elephant. The elephant just kept around, kept getting up, coming back for more.
Yeah, the honey badger wouldn't stop. It's like, dude, you're getting stopped. What are you doing?
No quit.
Honey badger's like, I didn't hear no bell.
I didn't hear no bell. Yeah. Have you seen like where they're fighting with like a poisonous snake, apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they have like poison immunity too? Like they get bit by poisonous snakes all the time that would like kill us, but like they're just the honey badgers are like, yeah, I'm not worried about snake venom.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't give a shit. I thought you were gonna bring up the one video. There's a video of like it's such a fucked up scene. It starts with there's a big ass snake wrapped around a honey badger, and the honey badger's fucking like trying to get out of it, right? And it's like around the thing's neck, and a fucking like a coyote or a jackal or something comes up and grabs the snake and starts trying to take the snake because they'll eat that snake, right? And starts trying to drag away with the snake. And before the jackal gets to it, the like honey badger already is maneuvering out of the snake and grabbing the snake too. So it becomes like a tug of war match between the jackal and the fucking honey badger for the snake. And the jackal loses too to the fucking honey badger. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, the jackal's like, "Hey, honey badger, I was trying to help you out. Now you're fucking me up too. What the hell?"
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny shit. They're mean little bastards.
Just give me enough time. Hey? That's good. Yeah, they're crazy. They're crazy critters.
And the fact they'll just fight everything. It's insane.
They've got the Napoleon syndrome, right? Little man syndrome.
Like there's a video. There's a this. I just went and searched up honey badger. This is how insane they are. I don't know. Can I play these like wildlife videos online? I think so.
I would bet
because it's a little intense.
We're just reviewing it, so I would
no, it's not that. I just don't know, like, because of how like violent it is. But like, here, let me just.
It's nature. It
should be fine. It should be fine. Yeah, because it's animals. Anyways, look. So what you see here, you got 3 leopards on 1 honey badger. Okay. They're watch this thing. Kicks one, kicks the other. Look at this shit. 3 honey badgers or 3 leopards, and they can't fight the 1 honey badger. What is going on?
Motherfucker's like, back off! Kick your ass!
And see how they were yanking on him and nothing. He's not even affected because they have like loose skin and I think it's like their bones are all like they can all come apart and it's crazy.
Yeah, you've seen like the
little fucking animals.
The leopard, the videos of like the leopards they get after the. It's not a crocodile or an alligator. I forget what they're called in Africa. You know, it starts with a C or something. They're basically like an alligator or a crocodile or whatever, but they're called something different. They're a different variation. But the leopard will literally dive into the river and just get a hold of this, you know, alligator-like creature.
Cayman.
Yeah, cayman. Yeah, and take it to town, right? But like a honey badger will fight off 3 of these leopards. Like that's just madness. I mean, these honey badgers, dude.
Yeah, man, they're just little monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you see it like back as the cat's like, oh crap! Like, I gotta step away from this thing. It's attacking me back now. What the fuck?
It's nutty.
Yeah, maybe we should just go home. Yeah, go find something else to fuck with. Yeah.
And like, look, this one here. Look at this shit. It's running away at first. The lion's like, here, come here, you little shit. And then all of a sudden it turns on like, yo, man. And it runs away. Like, yeah. And then it keeps going. The lion comes back again. He's like, yo, I'm not playing this time. That's hilarious. Like this big ass lion afraid of that little thing. It's crazy.
How much does how much did the lioness typically weigh? Are they like 300-400 pounds or something? I mean,
a lion?
Yeah.
I think it's like 300 to 400 pounds or something like that. Yeah.
And what's 100? What's a honey badger like? Less
Probably
than
like
100, probably.
fucking- yeah, probably like 30 pounds.
Crazy.
30 pounds and fucking little fangs is fucking.
Like the chihuahuas of the Sahara or something.
Right.
Chihuahuas in Sahara.
Yeah, for real.
They need more business.
It's insanity.
Vicious little creatures.
Damn, nature, you scary. What's that off of Family Guy, right? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I think I've watched like not the newest stuff, but like all the like first probably like first 20 seasons or something like that. I watched like every episode mad times.
That's crazy. Family Guy has been going on for. I just can't keep track. I haven't watched Family Guy in like 10 years, probably. It's just they get crazier and crazier, and I don't know. I just Family Guy. It's a good show, but little outplayed for me.
I think it's hilarious. It used to be, anyways.
No,
it used to be funny. I haven't watched it in a long time though.
Yeah, Speakeasy. How old are you, man?
33.
33. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be 34 this year.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm 30. I was watching a Family Guy on Adult Swim when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and like those very first like early episodes, and I have like probably the first 2 seasons memorized, but now it's like I just can't keep up with it. They've gone. It's not even the same show anymore, really.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They just completely change shit, and then it gets stupid.
Well, because they got to run with the culture that they're trying to appease and get viewers of, so it changes the quality. And
well, that's all movies now. That's why all movies suck. Like,
exactly. Yes.
Movies used to inspire the culture. Now, culture inspires the movies.
Yep. Yep.
And it's trying to keep up with them, right? The movies is trying to keep up with culture because culture is just fucking. There's a new trend, a new fucking TikTok dance, a new fucking person that's running some type of scandal. Every day there's something new, right?
Yeah, the culture is moving faster than the entertainment industry.
Mm-hmm. People used to like get trends from the movies and the shows, and like.
Well, and not only that,
like, there used to be good messages in the movies that would inspire culture. Now it's like they just made everything degenerate because culture is becoming degenerate.
The hookbait culture, the click culture, because that makes things interesting first. Like having real like motivational movies. It's the clickbait culture, which is a lot of society right now.
Degeneracy in Hollywood too should be something that we should be greatly concerned with. The way that these actors in Hollywood elite act, the things that they do and get away with, but then also how they're influencing young minds as well, unchecked. I think that's definitely worth paying attention to, especially for parents of young children.
Yeah. I blame the juice.
The juice.
We were talking about Family Guy. Have you guys seen this? This shit's hilarious. Like, who comes up with this shit?
Hell, don't say hi. I got a stick in that bitch for 5. You know, at my lowest, I'm still getting high. And if I'm with Lois, I'm blowing inside. Vegas a bitch, but I'll let it slide. Stewie that go, I think that he buy. Pray on my deck and I fuck on my wife. But that's just the life of a family guy.
Seems to guys and all you see is crackers and hoes. All MTV, bitches is how high, this is the streets. Shout out to Joe, but fuck the police. My daddy
Shout out to Joe, but fuck the police.
Lowest fit some bars.
This is too funny.
Oh, wow.
It's so good. If I'm out of Quahog, don't say bye. I got a stick in that bitch 4-5. It's funny as fuck. When I first heard that, I was like, where the fuck? Whoever can. And it's actually funny because like the bars are like related to the show and everything. So it's funny as fuck. Like he says, Brian's my guy trying to fuck on my wife, or Brian's my dog trying to fuck on my wife, but that is the life of a family guy. And, like the life of a family guy is his last line in the actual like intro. It's just good. So many like references to the show. She starts off, it seems like today all you see, and that's what she starts off on the intro.
In the theme song. Yeah.
Good. The juice got away with it.
The juice.
Yeah, JS, we need some more juicy reviews. That's what we need. If you guys haven't seen JS's juicy reviews, they're hilarious.
I was just gonna say, like, I think I've seen JS like one or two other times, like debating on your channel before, but I've never actually watched any of his stuff. Like, JS is super based, man. I like him. He's cool. Fucking.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, he does a ton of different content too. A ton of different content.
Yeah, I might have to go check him out.
The thing I was just talking about is the Juicy Reacts, and he has this character he does, and it's fucking hilarious. It's so good. But he's got to do more of them. I think he has to keep dropping them, because if he does, they're gonna blow up.
Can you play a clip, or is that like?
Yeah, I could play a little bit of a clip here so you can get the. Or wait, he might even have like a short that like here. I think he has a short that kind of promotes it too here. Oh shit, he makes me laugh. Hold up, where is it? This one here.
I kind of agree with Nick, but you know, that don't mean you shouldn't be trying to get up on them ladies, Nick. You gotta be trying to get up on them ladies though. Say, you know, I know they hard to deal with. I just say, bitch, do what I tell you to, and they listen, Nick. I kind of agree with Nick, but you know.
You know what? I don't think he even gave a. That's funny as fuck. There's a. Nick. Here, let me actually just get a clip from the actual video, because that shit. That was his second clip. That's why.
Is he talking about Nick Fuentes? Is that?
Yeah. That was his second one too. Hold up. I gotta go to the. Oh, yeah, I gotta find this. It's so good. Here it is. Here we go.
It is. Give me a chance to listen. All right, give me a chance.
Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that. But you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make believe still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics. You can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters.
They keep saying that damn word. Ecclesiasticals. What that mean? I'm gonna have to look that up in a minute. Let me look it up real quick. I think we got Google on here. Yeah. I think we got Google. We got some Google answer. What this look like? Ecclesiasticals.
Let's ask Google a question. Yes.
Oh, it's already right there. Google recommended it. Extresia. Or from outside the Earth or its atmosphere. Aliens? They're talking about aliens? Space aliens? What you gonna have no damn space aliens getting involved in marriage for? I don't even get it. I don't know what they're talking about. They're talking about some high IQ stuff. Man, your boy Juicy ain't fucking with no aliens, though.
Fucking with no aliens.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to this video, though. All right, play that shit.
And the divorce.
That's shit. Holy fuck, so good.
Like Ninja, please.
Yeah, you gotta go watch that shit. It's so good. So good. He puts an EX and extraterrestrial comes up. And like that's him playing a character. Like he's so good. Like I keep telling him like that shit, this guy could be in fucking movies, man. He's so good at just fucking playing.
Oh, okay. Does he do other characters?
Different
too?
Person.
Does he do other characters or?
Yeah, he does. He's good at it.
Okay. Oh,
he's good at like sticking to a character too. It's fucking. I'd be breaking down and laughing. You know, like I'd laugh at myself. He's fucking.
Yeah, the way he holds character without laughing. Yeah.
And like he could say that word, so he has to pretend he can't. That's the whole part, right? Like he can say the word, has to pretend he can't. He puts an EX on the Google, and extraterrestrial pops up. So like it's perfect where he's like, "Oh look, Google recommended it." And like, he just really goes with it so good. It's like improv at its finest. It's good.
Shout out JS.
Yeah, I think he's got to do a lot more of those. Those are fucking hilarious. That's like a Saturday Night Live when it was good skit, you know. Yeah. Saturday Night Live used to be good. Now it's just dog trash.
Yeah. SNL was good in like the '90s and before, and now it's kind of trash. Yeah,
my trash is clean. Good.
The Steven Seagal episode.
I remember the dude. Can I get your number? It's actually a chick that's doing it. Can I get your number?
Good.
That was back when it was good. Now it's just fucking whoever's a cool celebrity comes on and pretends to be funny.
Yep, pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, SNL
good directing, and again went to evade by the culture, maybe it's not even well, it is culture, but what is it? The what's the current vibe, or what's the term I'm looking? Wow, I lost the term. Shit.
Current trend.
Trend. There you go. Yeah, the current trend. They've gone trendy versus being based.
Yeah, they used to be based, right? Yeah. Like everybody got made fun of on SNL, and now it's definitely like one direction. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, I think SNL, like the good days were like Chris Farley and Chris Rock and Adam Sandler, like the '90s guys. You know what I mean? And now, now it's just not.
Makes sense.
Yep, I don't think I've seen SNL probably a good 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, like I haven't actually watched it, but I've seen a lot of different skits from it, and it's all trash now. It's not funny.
I used to did see it when my parents would watch it occasionally, you know, back in the
90s. Back in the day.
Back in my day.
I haven't watched it really since.
Where's James been?
I've seen some
It just
clips.
reminded me of James. Where's James been? I haven't seen James in a while.
Fucking James. Whoa, the screen all split.
Has anyone seen James Life Talks in a while?
What's up?
What's up, Trench? How you doing?
What up, Trench?
How you brethren doing?
Oh, you know. Doing good.
You know.
Both the debaters of tonight are now gone because, one had to go attend to an emergency with their kid, and JS just had to go because he works.
That's good, though. That's good for him. And I hope everything's okay with whoever's kid.
Yeah, they let me know everything's good now. Yeah, everything's good, but they had to step away. So, family first, always.
Always. And sometimes an emergency with a kid is not necessarily an emergency. It's just like, oh crap, hold on. You know.
Yeah, like it was. Yeah, it wasn't like a devastating emergency, but yeah, something he had to tend to. And family first, as always. I totally understand that.
Pull up like Dominic Toretto.
Still a really good debate, though.
Oh yeah,
debate.
Real quick,
he got bodied. I body slammed him. He got put through a whole wall, and I'm gonna have to confess.
I think Rev was talking about tonight's debate.
Yeah, not your debate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, your debate was going to be trash, though.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Speakeasy. Real quick. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt people. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
Oh, it happens. There's
My bad.
delays. We're all talking. So
Yeah.
What we were saying, but
Yeah. I was saying, speaking. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but earlier, I can't remember anybody's names. I'm kind of new here, but somebody said that I look like Timu Trench. I think so. Trench, is that?
That was Avarice. That was Avarice that said that.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Of course, it was Avarice.
And I said, I was like,
Avarice always has to. He makes people literally turn on their camera just so he can say what they look like.
Avarice is a chaos fucking gremlin. I love it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he comes just to talk shit. But he's a sleeper, that one, because he says I don't debate, but every time I've seen him debate people, he fucking comes with good arguments.
Yeah, he smokes.
Like, what do you mean you don't fucking debate, dude?
Well,
you got good arguments and you can stick to good logic, man. You should fucking try debating.
He knows some tricks too. He does a couple sneaky fucker
in a good way. Like I mean this endearing way. He's a sneaky little fucker.
I won't do that again like that. I mean, but if you're going against Menard, you either put the press on him or he's going to put the press on you.
Oh, you know what? I expected everything of yesterday and more. Okay, so
yeah.
I
actually expected it sooner, to be honest.
Listen,
the beginning was pretty decent, and then
everyone's seen how I could handle a debate just like that. It's a cakewalk from here now. I was saying that at the beginning of this debate. I was like, after the work I had to do yesterday for moderation, every debate from here on out will be fucking light work now. I made my life easy. That's what I did.
That's a fucking trench fight right there, boy.
Dude, straight up, that was. Woo.
That's what's up.
Just go full DS Volt on him. But I got to put the sword back in the saber and fucking confess my sins to my priest and be done with debating religion like that ever again. I'm just keeping it real, but I'm going to keep talking shit and debating other topics. But you got to be careful what you do and whatnot in the grand scheme of things.
100%.
Well, I haven't seen this debate that you're talking about, but why you say no more religious debates? I think those are just
I mean, I don't like trench fighting necessarily, like that, especially when it comes to the nature of the divine. But I had watched a bunch of his videos, and someone had it stand on his fucking neck. Like he's always said, like one of his memetics is calling people's mothers a whore, and I'll stand on your head. Like if you watch a handful of videos, ultimately that's where you're going to end up. And yeah, it just had to be done. And after I heard the shit he was saying about
not to interrupt
some stuff,
I'm going to interrupt, but I'm going to make this easier for him. It was Christianity and Islam, which was better for society. So that was where it was coming with.
We were with Manar. You're never going to talk about society.
If you don't know the video, there's the basic relative.
Oh wait, maybe I actually did
Manar
see
will
that.
always push any. You could be talking about like Aristotle or some shit, right? And somehow you're going to end up on Christianity and Islam. Manar will always push it up into a theological debate. Period.
Yeah, the Muslim debaters, they just cannot. They have
like
to
he's got videos chimping out on chicks for wearing fucking tank tops and not a sweat. He made a chick put on a sweater one time talking to him.
I actually now that we're talking about it, I think I did see a little bit of that. You're the one that was debating with Manar,
yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Manar is a lunatic, and really doing his best to defend cousin marriage.
We should all pray for that boy.
Yes, we should. Shall God save his soul?
I tell you what, I think we should convert him to Christianity. That's the plan.
Oh, that's how God would save his soul, right?
Yep.
That's probably his plan for us too, right? Is to try and convert us, right?
F that.
Or destroy us.
I will get a chaplain up in here, a Space Marine chaplain, and we will make sure stuff like that don't happen. We ain't breaking ranks. We're converting to some bitch.
Based.
He said something yesterday that gave me an idea for a good debate topic, which was that he's married to a Catholic. So he's a Muslim.
I think that was bullshit.
Married to a Catholic. Well, I've heard this before, Trench. Like there's people that have said this before, that he has a wife and she's Catholic, and
I've heard some rumors.
I don't have a reason not to believe it, right? Like
there's good actors that could continue the role, correct?
There might even be a chance that he might even have Christian roots too.
Well,
maybe, but like I don't see it being that far fetched. Like I have family members that are atheist with a Muslim. I have family members that are.
If he's married a Catholic chick,
Christians that have Muslim boyfriends, and they're looking into doing a long.
I grew up in a super
life with them. They're
Kansas
not
City.
just like with them for just fucking around. So like, I've seen it happen within my own family, even where like they've,
Well, we're all older.
I'm wondering, like, a good debate topic would be: is it should, or something along the lines of like, should we marry outside of our religion or our beliefs?
I think the church, look what the church is doing. It marries people. Now,
yeah, but I'm saying,
when
like,
you bring a wife into the Orthodox church, there's some caveats and whatnot.
Do you think a lot of people in Islam would be like, yeah, Muslims should marry atheists?
Oh yeah,
probably
of course
not. Right?
Yeah.
They're probably going to be like, no, she's got to convert, and then you can be married.
Because I don't believe the Orthodox Church recognizes secular marriage.
So in Islam, they do honor killings. So if the daughter dishonors the family, they'll offer publicly. They've even tried that here in the United States on an occasion. And it's usually when the daughter decides that she's not going to marry within the faith, or marry somebody that her parents don't approve of, or do something that they don't approve of, like the hijab thing, or being a practicing Muslim, or converting to another religion.
I grew up in a HUD, right? And in this HUD, it was like the Rainbow Earth, fucking Power Rangers, 90s, stereotypical show with the Asian kid, the black kid, the white kid, etc.
Captain Planet.
Yeah, fucking Captain Planet. And fucking I'm not gonna name drop people, but there was two brothers, right? They were Muslim, like being raised because their mother was Catholic, but her husband was Muslim. So when they were boys, they were raised Muslim. And then like in high school, they converted to Christianity. And then there was a big family from the Levant, and they had like 7 sisters and 1 boy, and they were all mad at this dude because he was a stud, like all American stud. I tell you what, this kid could fucking pump up a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, and we're talking high school.
Chad.
Total jet, like homecoming fucking king, like dated the blondest, baddest, crushed home. I mean, all American. Married a Muslim woman, typical Muslim family now. Actually quit being a public school teacher because he saw it like collapsing and becoming. It stood outside of his religion, and so I do have respect, from human to human, for like people that are about their shit, So I respected that, and he was my boy. But he had so a handful of the sisters did the traditional arranged marriage thing, and then the younger ones that were all like millennials, boy, they took off to California. and did the typical American girl thing. And they don't even talk about them really. When you bump into them at the store.
It's the American white women who are the ones who are like the most willing to marry or whatever outside of their religion or
I think one of them married a Mexican boy in California, and she had some kids. And she's I think it didn't quite work out, and they're in the same typical spot as a lot of the American women, where they're raising these kids by themselves. It's because they've built a golem husband in the form of no-fault divorce and child support, guaranteed child support mostly.
Random question here though for everyone on the panel, like about like tonight's topic of the debate. Is there, because I know everyone here says yes, Trump is justified in how he's handled it, but like what would be the threshold for everyone here? Like where would it be like too far? That would have been too far for you guys.
What are you talking about? Like tapping Team Trump? We still Team Trump?
Wait, what?
Did you say Trump?
Yeah, I'm asking like because the tonight's debate was about Trump was justified in how he handled the Venezuela situation, and I think most people, if not everyone here, agrees that yes, he was justified. But where's the threshold? Like, what would have been like? Would have been too much if?
I agree with a strong caveat, though. Like, just because you can doesn't always mean you should, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, what would have been, or if he continues to do, would be too much.
I think we should have kept clapping drug boats. Every time a drug boat comes, we clap them cheeks off, and leave it at that. But I mean, what good is polling him going to do besides like a photo op? To me, it looks desperate for a quick W.
No, what it does is prove force and prove that we have an arm that we can continue to use if they do not cooperate.
I mean, I get the shadow stuff.
My question is like, so okay, what if like Trump now continues to start doing this, like where he just starts continuing to take over different places taking.
Like we're the baddies. Are we the
Well,
baddies?
I would draw
No,
the
I'm
line
just
at-
asking, like, what would be the
Well,
threshold for you guys to
and-
say, okay, this is wrong?
I mean, it
I
depends
can
on
answer that.
context. I mean,
I
if
would
we're
say
gonna go
for
full Rome,
full-scale
dude.
invasion and occupation, that's kind of where we would draw the line, especially if he's hitting Venezuela, and the next thing you know, he turns around full scale invasion occupation of like Greenland, does it in a few other countries. Like, yeah, that's a problem.
Well,
so
but hold on.
there's
I think there's a
strategic
huge
extraction.
difference between Greenland and Venezuela.
Yeah, I
Well,
was just using
I actually
Venezuela
don't think there
was-
is a huge difference between Greenland and
it's like
Venezuela.
it's like
We're talking about
Venezuela
our
was a
hemisphere.
huge problematic.
One at a time, boys. One at a time.
Sorry.
Venezuela was literally killing and destroying, where Greenland is a tactical thing and we're doing it meaningful. Now, if he did take it by force, I would have disagreed with that, but he's making a deal, being reasonable about it. Like, hey, it's a strategic thing. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Where
I understand.
Venezuela,
Yeah, that's
we
fair.
were
But the thing
stopping
is like
disaster
Venezuela.
on our culture.
So
better
it's
examples would
it's
be
about
like Mexico,
America's
Canada.
influence in the Western Hemisphere, right? And like we are the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere, and such that we are justified in intervening where we see fit. And the thing is like, what is Greenland? Greenland has a population of like 50,000 people. And they have all these resources there that China and Russia are also, seeking
Well, and it's
after.
a strategic point. It's not only that; it's a strategic point, navigation-wise.
Yeah, for trade and everything, resources, trade, all of that. Yeah.
For war.
Yeah, for sure. I was just using Greenland as just like a grab example.
Defense.
So better examples would be like Canada, Mexico.
It's not even the minerals.
Like Chile, Brazil. If we started just like ground invading these countries and then occupying, that might be a little problematic, especially if he's going outside of Congress for it. But I don't see Trump ever doing that. The action he took in Venezuela was very strategic. He went after just one person and his old
Very
lady.
precise.
Yep. It wasn't a ground invasion. We didn't roll in with the troops, and our troops aren't there. So that's a good thing. So, like I said, I draw the line at ground invasions.
Just like
If
you
we're
did with
invading and
Iran,
occupying.
too. Quick drop, perfect
Yeah.
point. It's
We
all
shouldn't intervene in the
diplomatic,
Middle East.
like,
We shouldn't
there
intervene in the
are-
Middle East. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, when it comes to people chanting death to America, I don't want them having nukes.
Yeah, exactly. There is reasonable worldwide, like, it's a fucking world and planet, dude. Why would we not strategically, as a culture, have time and meaning when we see a culture shouting these horrible things at us, obviously wanting to not tactically go, no. And also have committed hideous crimes.
Well,
ages,
consider the fact that
whatnot.
we've barely engaged Iran. Even after all the threats and all the rhetoric, we barely engaged them. And the only time that we really started engaging them is when they started trying to develop nuclear capabilities. And what do? We just blew it up and moved on. So
It's not only us, to the people around them. Once a certain head took
it was
hold.
justified for our own self-interest, but also like for the self-interest of our allies in the area, Israel, and of course other parts of the world, Europe, where Iran could easily hit because they're right there. They're not separated by an ocean like we are. So, Iran posed a great threat once they started building those nukes.
To everybody.
Well, I think that's kind of a neocon sort of talk. We don't we don't know that Iran
Well, you don't
there's speculation in
necessarily
both
have to
in both
develop an
directions.
actual. Yeah, well, you don't have to necessarily develop what they call it back in the day, like the big boy or something like that. You don't have to develop like an actual nuke. All you have to do is have the right materials and the right devices, and you can make a dirty bomb, and that's a problem. Especially when we
sure,
got
but
smaller
I mean,
dirty bombs can be
border.
more effective than larger.
Don't you
Yeah.
think that America could benefit more from like working with Iran versus like doing these because I mean this was the whole like Iraq thing. Like we're doing this on behalf of the Jews, the Israelis, right? And that's not that intervention, that sort of intervention, I don't support. It's not in our hemisphere, and we're not obligated morally or legally to help. I think this whole narrative that Israel is our greatest ally is sort of outplayed and just not true.
Mhm.
You know,
But here's the
we
thing.
weren't even talking
You
about
can
that.
start a fist fight.
sorry, maybe I threw in a non sequitur. My
That's
apologies.
okay. But it goes to say you can't start a fist fight and then halfway through think you can bail out. You know, the guy's still going to be throwing punches at you, even though you say, you know what, I'm done with the fight now. He's not. He's still going to come at you. So what we've done here is we've put ourselves in a situation. Now we do have enemies over there, and we can't just simply say, you know what, we're washing our hands of this and stepping away. The dude we're boxing with, he's not going to allow that.
Oh,
So
perhaps
we've got to see it. We've got to see it to its conclusion, whether it be a peaceful one or one that ends in war. But either way, we can't just like turn around and say, "Yep, we're just pulling out of this and not doing anything," because then they will hit us. Same analogy in a street fight. If you turn around and just start walking away from the guy and dead in the middle of the fight, he's going to hit you with the sucker punch with your back turned. You won't see it coming.
Wait, okay. Okay, sorry. Let me back up here. In this analogy, who is potentially delivering the sucker punch if America pulls out of the Middle Eastern wars?
We've got a lot of terrorist organizations over there trying to assert power. We also got the Iranian regime, which is kind of in its downfall now. But they're a perfect example. They were building nuclear capabilities while chanting death to America. That's a problem. And if we just say, you know what, yeah, we don't want this fight anymore. We don't want any involvement in the Middle East. We're better than this. We shouldn't be wasting our money here. And we turn around, walk away, and leave it alone. Iran's going to be a problem for us because
they still have animosity toward us.
Yeah, they still got that axe to grind, and a lot of it comes from their theology as well. We invaded the land; we were invaders on the land, so we're automatically infidel. We're enemies to Iraq or to Islam, and it's been that way since I think Desert Shield, which built up
decades for sure
through the 90s, which eventually popped off with the World Trade Center attacks.
Well, okay, that's fair, but okay, we're doing this on behalf of Israel. And because right now what we're talking about is the middle of the story. This isn't. It didn't start this way, right? We could go back to just after World War II, and the whole we're relocating the Jews to that area. The reason they have an axe to grind against us is because of our unfettered aid, whether it be monetary or military, etc., to Israel, right? To the Israelis. And if we said, okay, not to abandon them or condemn them or whatever, but to say, okay, let's restrain them. Sure, they're our allies. Okay, but just because the idea is, all right, let's say you have a little brother, right? And your little brother, has a bully, and you fight off the bully to protect your little brother. And now your little brother has a false sense of confidence, such that like he thinks he can mess with everybody on the playground and there's going to be no consequences because, you know, we, the big brother, are going to come in and save him every time. At some point, you have to tell little brother, like, hey, bro, like you can't be doing this. I can't fight your battles for you.
Like Trump does.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So at some point we need to say, like, hey, listen, you know, let's restrain little brother and think about our own as big brother. Let's think about big brother's interests here, you know.
But even though you trained a little brother, you still got to fight off those bullies. He take off.
Well, I mean, at what point is little brother responsible for his own actions? I mean, at some point, little brother needs to take, you know, at some point, little brother needs to fight his own battles.
Well, of course, but we're already involved. We've already got enemies chanting death to America. So even if we say, hey, little brother, you know what, you got to fight your own battles now, you know, you can scrap. We still got a lot of people mad at us, and we still got to watch our back too.
Well, they're mad at us because we've been defending little brother for too long, you know.
Yeah, and if we stop defending little brother, they're not magically just going to be like, oh, America, kumbaya, we're cool now.
Well, what are they going to do to us? There's oceans between them and us, you know.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying we should abandon them, but at the same time, we shouldn't.
You're discounting modern warfare, by the way. Like modern warfare, yeah, those oceans don't stop them. We've proven that fact. You think we're the only?
Iran
we are the strongest, but like, you think we're the only military that has something they can fly over the ocean?
Smuggling something into the country, you know, is very easy when we have issues at our southern border. We have open ports, and we have a whole lot of wilderness in just at our northern border that's completely unpatrolled. There's that great wilderness out there that, you know, we don't have border patrol just rolling down there. So there is ways to get things into this country that doesn't require modern conventional warfare that can do a lot of damage to us. So when we see,
I would consider it still modern, but yes, I get where you're going.
That's true, and that's true. But where do the refugees go? Where do the refugees of these wars that we're helping out with? Where do they go? They come here.
Well, you notice with Iran, we didn't go put boots on the ground, and we're not doing that yet.
There's boots on the ground. We just don't know it. There's definitely boots on the ground.
No, I'm talking like full scale.
Obviously, you need
so, like, if we were to invade Iran, that'd be a little different. Then there would be refugees. But all we did was we just bunker bombed their nuclear facilities. Told them if they try it again, we got more with their name on it. And I think that's an appropriate show of force, but also it deterred them from developing something that they could use on us or our allies, and not just Israel, but Europe as well, because there's an influx of Muslim refugees going into Europe, and they're coming in largely unvetted. They're not even being checked. So if they come across on their little boat and they got something and they got one of those dirty ones with them and they're not being checked, well, you know, Big Ben might just come down real fast. So we really got to be very, very careful with who's in power anywhere in the world and what kind of power vacuums exist, but also who are our visible and apparent threats. So yeah, Russia, China, those guys are threats, right? But the way that they would engage us is either through like a hybrid warfare, proxy warfare, kind of like what they're doing in Ukraine and what they've done in the Middle East. Or they'll use cyber warfare or economic warfare. The threat of mutual annihilation is still very much on the table for all three of these big players, but it's the little guys that don't really have much to lose that would love nothing more than to see one of us big dogs come down. So we really, really got to watch the little guys too. So, you know, you see the power vacuum we created when we took Saddam Hussein out of Iraq. Then we had ISIS going in there and all kinds of other organizations that was way worse than Saddam. But
yeah, I think that was a mistake.
yeah, and we've got to really watch these power vacuums, whether we cause them or they just happen on their own, and make sure that whatever power shift is happening there, whatever paradigm, is going to be somewhat in our interest to not be attacked by somebody who chants death to America. So,
well, the thing is that they can chant death to America all they want, like that. It's just that, like, we're not, they wouldn't be chanting that had we not, like, we both agree are, the endless, pointless war in Iraq for, we're still there. What has it been, 25 years,
I would question.
Sorry?
Pointless, I would question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I would question if it was pointless.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, that's okay, disputable, but endless for sure, and perhaps not so worth it, right? I mean, the thing is like, again,
I think if we had a better person doing the job and representing and putting the actual action of force in hand, it would have gone a lot smoother and been a lot more pointful. But it wasn't pointless. But yes, you continue on. I'm not trying to. I'm just talking with it.
Yeah, no worries. I did kind of lose my train of thought there, though. Okay, I guess we could just we can just agree to disagree. I was like, I lost my train of thought, but
yeah, no worries. It's really fun speculating how we got to the situation that we're in. The only problem is that we can't go back in time and we can't change the things that were done. Like you pointed out, some of these things occurred 20, 25, 30 years ago, during the 80s, the 90s, going all the way back to Desert Shield and Desert Storm. This is a bet that was made, and now we kind of have to sleep with it. We have to deal with the cards that we've been dealt. And unfortunately, sometimes you don't get a really good hand with certain situations, but that doesn't mean that we can back out of the game. We've got too much on the line and too much at stake.
Well, that's true. That's fair, and I would agree with you on that. But I'm not saying back out and completely abandon. What I'm saying is, like, restrain, right? Let's temper our approach, and let's, because it is the case that what's going on over there right now is the very thing that the very thing that they say is the most, the greatest evil, they're committing themselves. I think you know what I'm talking about. And they need us to help them, achieve this goal that they're reaching for. That who I'm talking about. We can't say it on YouTube, or Speakeasy will get in trouble. The juice, yeah, yeah.
Was that what you're? Oh no, I was just fucking around. And,
yeah, no,
talking about
yeah.
Muzzies or Jews.
Well, we're talking about both, I guess. But yeah, the Jews, yeah.
Well, like I was saying, I'll talk about them, but I won't talk about Christianity no more. I can't do it again. Whew.
Yeah,
It kind of came down more to Western society versus Eastern society.
That's not the name of the game, especially when you when he brings his own crew with him and shit. It was just a trench fight. But to this Donald Trump bombing stuff, yeah, I kept my phone cut out.
Are you seriously simping about last night again?
That was pretty fucking epic power bombing, I thought. But I'm not mad at everything going on. It is what it is.
Epic spurging on both of your parts. I'll give you that.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. No, I'm not like chimping out about the shit. And like after we struck Iran and fumbling some Epstein files. Anyway, at least what 300,000 deportations behind fucking schedule. 400. We should be at like 500,000 by now.
Yeah, 300,000 is not enough, right? Like that's not even
like, dude, Obama's pulling away. Is pulling hard on him, dude.
Yeah, Obama did better, right? Yeah, God. I mean, to be fair, nobody fought Obama. Nobody protested Obama trying to, with his deportations. It wasn't even a thought. It wasn't even a thought.
Yeah,
they didn't run the risk of like what would you call it, like a proto or a meta civil war kind of scenario we got going on over there.
Oh, it's been going on for over a decade now.
Oh yeah, it's been boiling, and
it'll be over by 2030. I have it on good authority.
You mean the country will be over by 2030?
No. The dialectic will play out. Like it seems like these culture wars happen every 100 years, dude. Like the first Great Awakening, the second Great Awakening, the third Great Awakening. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And I hate what do they call it? Methuselah cycles or whatever. I don't like the idea because it's predestination, right? Talking about the whole Oswald Spengler cycles of civilization. But I don't know. I just think we're in one of these cycles right now where shit's kind of tits up. We grew a little big for our britches, and we have a society that pumps out meaningless degrees. It's like a overproduction of upper middle management and above. There's not enough elite spots. Too many chiefs. Not enough engines.
So what do you think about like the and I'm not saying I hold this position, but what do you think about like the accelerationist position? Like
so as all of that goes, I fall under the wheelhouse of that, but I'm not that. I'm unconditional. So are you familiar with like that fucking alphabet soup of acts? The ACC, UAC, LAC, RAC, ZAC, GAC, gender acceleration. It's like the whole transgender thing is a fucking schema of the industrial pharmaceutical industry. And they don't even know it. There's a book called fuck. It'll come to me. But basically, it's all delusion psychobabble, but like with real fucking anti-psychology applied to it, right? So they're focused on removing the fucking genitalia and creating what they call the asophallus, the body without organs, the once severed from your fucking desire, your generative force, your will to mate. You're the ultimate consumer, the fucking perfect android, or not an android, cyborg. And this is part of their like techno prophecy. They call it hyperstition, though.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm losing you. What? I'm sorry. Can you like?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. No, this is actually real shit.
Try to nail it better.
I'm not discounting you.
We're listening. We're listening, but I kind of I'm confused about what you meant exactly there. Try again, please. Yeah.
Hey, really quick. If I like back out and like go take a bathroom break, will Speakeasy, you let me back up? I'm having a good time. Is that?
Yeah. You're good. Yeah.
Like mute your screen, bro.
Well, I gotta return. I'm on my phone and I have to return a text. And if I do that, I'm gonna exit the stream. So
my phone died a minute ago, so I had to get.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll be back. This is a fun. I'm having fun. I'll be back.
Oh no, but check out some philosophers, Deleuze and Guattari. These people are like, if you read their books from like the late 80s and early 90s, like in Nick Land and this CCRU shit. And then like it's funny because I've never really watched any Jay Dyer. I've seen clips here and there. I've watched a handful of Andrew stuff, and I ended up, bumping into Easy that way. But like Jay Dyer turned me on to this book, Creating the Image of Man, and it's another one of these situations where they're telling you about the now, and it gives you two feelings. It's like, is this a sinister playbook, or is this like their pipe dream, or is this their manifestation, or is it just dumb luck? I mean, all three could be possible, right? But what's interesting is like all the CIA, the best CIA spooks, the dudes that like topple countries or socially engineer them. They'll do a soft coup through like Facebook or whatever, and get the people on the street to vote for the right person. These dudes are all like computer programmers and shit that look at people as programs.
Well, that's the human experience. Everybody sees things differently, and they can all have different viewpoints.
Oh, for sure. But it is it is weird shit.
But
so back to the targeting though.
That's what was the okay. You brought in a point, and I was confused about the original point.
I found myself getting back too deep into the politics a little bit, like because these people aren't fucking God, right? They don't have some fucking eye of Sauron that they hover over. Do they engineer fucking society? Yes, they do it with money and NGOs and influence and art, media.
They do. Yeah.
The cathedral.
Corruption means no bounds. Correct.
Well, yeah, like that's what like.
So doesn't goodness as well?
So for me, Donald Trump, it represents like a middle finger. Like we were this close. He's Rev, forgive me, Rev. He's like a St. John of the movement in a way. He ain't the one. He's the Mobius finding the Neo, and not even really. He's the beacon of Gondor.
At that point, you're talking to me, dog.
Does you mean Morpheus?
Yeah, he's the Morpheus.
Right, Morpheus. But
anyway, Mobius finding Neo.
You threw me off.
Morpheus finding Neo, man. The Matrix. The shit was awesome. And then who would have known that these, like a movie I grew up loving, dude, and these dudes would cut their whole fucking humans off, like, bro. And then both of them. And then you lo and behold, you see that they're in a weirdo cult and believe all the Gnostic nonsense. And that's what that book Jay Dyer was all about. Was talking about the
so I'm not familiar with
creating the image of man.
I have no.
It's a book written by a think tank out of Stanford University.
I heard that part, but I'm not familiar with it myself, so I have no reference, so I really can't refer or talk on it because I have no reference on.
Well, it's basically it sounds like it's a social engineer's cookbook, right? It's talking about introducing aliens. These are the people that like influence the ideas of like MK Ultra and the men who stare at goats and like Astro, all kinds of weird shit. And I think that's a part of their zeitgeist.
Hold on, pause. So it's somebody writing a book about the people that did that? Is that what you're saying?
No, my brother in Christ, this is what I'm telling you. You know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah.
Her daddy? Obviously. You know anything about her daddy?
Anyways,
Jews. You know what her daddy did?
I was asking you about the book.
You know what daddy do?
What the dude was writing and why he wrote it. Is that what it was about then?
I'm being serious.
Is that what you're saying?
Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was a spook for the redacted government.
Yeah, dude, I told you. I was,
and he ran a thing called the Pergamon Press, right? Can you believe that, Rev? Rev, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I'm talking to the missus for a second.
Does that name sound peculiar to you? The Pergamon Press.
Pergamon Press.
Yeah.
Sounds strange. Kind of a play on purgatory, right?
Well, and you know anything like about Pergamon, the actual physical geolocation?
Yeah, I think so.
There's there's a handful of churches, some OG churches. I believe one of them is Pergamon.
So I'm kind of confused here.
It was known as the Devil's.
Then you had to target rebels.
It's known as the Devil's Altar.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Mrs.
Oh, by the way, welcome back.
Yeah, it's one of the
Anatolia
churches that John wrote to. And,
in Anatolia, Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was to Christianity. It was known as the Devil's Altar. That's what like the church was calling it, because it was a church that was viewed as being infested with pagans and desanctified, basically. So you have this intelligence agent who is like Jeffrey. He's got all these weird offices and all these universities all over the country. And nobody knows what the fuck he does. And he got disappeared on a boat. Ghislaine Maxwell's pipey. And then got a full state funeral back in redacted country, where they, you know, wear the funny hats and whatnot on the back of their heads. And that's weird. That's all very weird, because this is a real book that they wrote with all kind, and it spawned all kinds of NGOs. So like all the unsolved mystery stuff that you saw when we were kids.
Hold on. Did they solve? Was it called a full fictional document?
So in Plato's Republic, it advocates creating fake religions, right, to control the minds of people.
Wait,
that's kind of what's kind of being implied in this book.
No. You were talking about
in the form of New Age, and in the form of like UFOs and Bigfoot and all kinds of weird magical thinking. And then they were also funding like MK Ultra and fucking they brought in like Alan Watts type guys.
No book
Dog man.
Yes, there is. Okay, go get on your YouTube and type in Jay Dower and creating the image of man. It's a handful of. I'm telling you, I downloaded the whole fucking PDF of it, buddy.
Okay.
It's either
you know what,
that's making the image of man or creating the image of man.
You're allowed to have that, and that's your opinion. But I'm telling you, there's
too bad there's a real Pergamon Press that published this book for rich dummies. You can buy a copy, but it's stupid.
So there was a company that published a book
called the Pergamon Press, owned and operated by media mogul.
Oh my god!
Ghislaine Maxwell's pappy.
In reference to what I just said.
I don't want to say too many names. I'm not trying to get this thing fucking yoinked off the
Pergamon. Fascinating, because
published a book
the doctrine of
purgatory. Somebody's viewpoints.
Yes.
In writings. Okay.
Dude, I'm gonna pull up the book. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, what exactly are we talking about now? Just curious. I want to
I guess I went off in the left field because that's my way of saying, yeah, clap dudes on drug boats, but I don't care for the fucking foreign intermingling. I mean, what good is taking over one fucking asshole commie? He's already
I was
replaced.
actually asking
the mafia is in charge there anyway. He's just a fucking
meant other than somebody's viewpoint that was published. Verse the Bible.
The Bible. What's the Bible got to do with these jokers either taking over the world or?
So there's a difference between
bodies and
sci-fi.
No, I just kind of tuned out on the Trump thing after. I was on the fence when
dude, that passed a while ago.
When he hit up the nuke spot. I mean, for you though, I pay attention to this shit because I'm not going down with the shit.
No,
it was a bad idea to attack Iran. A lot of us were like, huh? Why?
Anyways,
we gave them stealth jets and they got some bunker busters laying around somewhere. There's the top tier intelligence agency on Earth.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the administration of no new wars, and yet we're still
more of the same.
Well,
we're at war against powers and principalities.
It's a global society.
Dude, if you haven't figured out that there's an NWO pretending that there's different nation states yet, dude, I don't know how you're going to keep up. So as far as like invading other countries, I got one of two ways. Either I'm all or nothing, dude. Like
the only NWO
you don't even have to
invade Hollywood, Hulk Hogan, and the Wolf
power.
I'm not talking about that. That NWO is just too sweet right there.
Yes,
I'm talking about the actual NWO, and it's not like a dude. It's not like a round table of dudes with some fucking cool ass rings that they fucking fist bump and shit. And it's a Hydra, right?
Playing pinochle at a big weird ominous cult table.
Or it's like a pack of wolves, right?
Okay.
And when there's lots of prey around, the wolves are cool. But when the prey starts thinning, the wolves started eating each other.
Is the thing. There is such thing as global economy and how it affects it. And we have been the strongest global economy in this list.
Yeah, I think we're just getting started, bro.
50 years, which is crazy. But we've also been the strongest defenders, the biggest head, and everybody has taken advantage of that. And we want to focus finally on ourselves, or some of us, anyways.
Don't you feel it coming?
We need to focus on ourselves.
Jesus.
And again, there is reason behind before you can support and cherish others, you need to take care of yourself, because you can't take care of yourself if you're cherishing and supporting others. If you're rotting in the dirt and trying to still do that, sorry, brother, you got to take some time into yourself and learn and be better. Because once you're stronger, you can teach people to be stronger.
There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
And we have been the world power that has done that since, or for quite a while now. Well, you'll say that for quite a while now.
I mean, we're not doing it to be Boy Scouts. This is just the Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
You got to rub a few backs from time to time when you're
a
global hegemony. You think we're the first Earth hegemony? No, it's amazing. Like, there's been empires since the beginning of time. There haven't been nations until Jesus. But
there's been exactly. There've been lots of stuff, but since we even began, which in our grand scheme of things in the Earth, we're a fucking little blimp on the time scale, right? And
I don't know. I like to think I'm forever.
Since this little blimp on our little time scale, we have been on our game and protecting everybody since then. It's time the rest of them fucking pick up and keep up. And if we need to take some strategic points and prove our point, then so be it.
Hey, Russ, hit me with some is it Romans or Kings with about Caesar's shekels.
Caesar's shekels.
That's Romans.
Hit me with it.
I don't know it off the top of my head, but that's definitely Romans if we're talking about Caesar.
Because this is where I'm at. I'm just, unless it's like time for the men of fucking Gilead to gird up and ride. And by that, I mean like on some like Starship Troopers type shit, like citizens and civilians, all veterans of the world unite. We're taking over this bitch and we're going to fucking meritocracy. We're going to militarize meritocracy this bitch into space and beyond. Space manifests destiny with Jesus forever. Amen.
Yeah, we need a white African space Christ. That's what we need.
Space Christ will come when Space Christ feels like coming. And we shouldn't be worried about the space end time. That's not the whole point of the thing. The good space book says don't be worried about that kind of thing. Like, so okay, well it says be worried about it once the space Udins start converting to Christianity. Once that happens, I'll start worrying. All right, but that's not happening anytime soon. For real though.
You could say space Christ exists anyways because Christ and God is space, time, and
because
mystical all
Holy
in one.
Mother and Father Church are a thing. Space Church is real. The body of Space Christ is with us.
So when it came was when he decided to, or it decided to, you know, I'm not, well, he in my terms. Thank you.
Hey, Trunch, are you talking about shekels imposed by
No, I'm talking. It's like his coins. I was just being.
Oh,
retarded.
The coin.
Yeah.
Oh, render under Caesar that which is Caesar's. Yeah, you can find that.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, actually.
My ninjas.
Ninjas.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like shackles, like
ninjas.
Like
Yeah, it took me a while to kind of figure out what he was
minute.
talking about.
Long day. I went to bed way too late last night. I was watching Menard have a meltdown on his channel.
Yeah, I think I went to bed late. But what's it called? I know there's never a good time to wrap this up, but I do got some things I gotta take care of tomorrow here. So, does anyone have any last things they want to give to the chat before we wrap this up?
Nah, I'm cool. Later, guys. A holla.
Hey, it was a lot of fun. I think maybe my first or second appearance here. A lot of fun. Appreciate everybody that participated. Appreciate you, Speakeasy, for having me. This is a lot of fun. I'm gonna be back. You know, next time. I think this is
man.
Yeah, it's fun talking with you.
Come on, more. We usually there's an after panel after every Swords of Reason debate, and then Fridays we do verbal combat. So come to anytime.
Cool, man. All right.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Yeah. Have a good evening, all. God bless. That was a great time, and I'll see you around the next time, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
And then, of course, I got some scripture for you guys.
Yes, sir.
And it probably jives with the topic tonight, so I'll go with Matthew 24. And these are the words of Christ. Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumor of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they shall deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, and the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations. And then the end come. Matthew 24. God bless everybody and have a great night.
Amen, brother.
Amen. God bless.
Christ is king.
Yes, Christ is king. Yes.
Thank you for that. And thank you all for joining me tonight. And now time to kick you off the lawn. And chat, big shout out to you all. You guys are absolutely amazing. I don't know if Teriak's streaming already. It's pretty early. I don't think he's streaming already. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think he's streaming yet. But he's going to be later. So everyone go check out his stream later. Rob's streaming? Okay, there we go. I'll send you guys over to Rob. Hold up. Send you guys over to Rob. It's all messed up. Okay, here we go. All right, there you go. Everyone go have fun over there at Rob's. All right. Oh, shit. Trench, thank you for the $10 super chat. Legend, you. All right. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate that, bro. Everyone, thank you all. Listen, remember, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right, don't forget we got the Noah prep debates tonight, first episode. So y'all be tuned in for that, okay? Because it's gonna be a spicy one. All right, it's gonna be a spicy one. God bless you all. Have a safe night, and like always, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?